the diaspora, the mainstream Sikh community and the Punjabi community, actually, they're the majority of the silent community actually. So we don't like their activity, and their activity is very, very violent, and we all have to condemn it, like I'm doing for almost 15 years.
All right, let's talk about this with our guest. Joining us on the platform is Ambassador KP Fabia, former diplomat. Professor Madhav Nalapat, the editorial director of the Sunday Guardian, also with us on the program. Mr. Surinder Singh Lali, international affairs expert, with us on the show as well. Last but not the least, Padam Shri Dr. Sanjeev Bagai, chairman of Nephron Clinic, joins us on the show as well. Mr. Lali, I'll begin with you. I learned something very, very intriguing and interesting while I was preparing for my show, that you have had the opportunity to meet Mr. Chahal on a number of occasions. How do you look upon, this suspicious death, though the official cause of his demise is only going to be ascertained once the autopsy report is out?
Yeah, Vineet, and honestly, I come with a very heavy heart. He was an extremely fine individual, and Vineet, he was a lone wolf. I mean, he would always stand up, which actually any Sikh who understands Sikhism would ought to do. He would always stand up for his motherland, and especially when these K-jokers would make them noises. I mean, he was a very vocal voice, and especially since he was in the West Coast and I was in the East Coast, and he would say, in chaste Punjabi ke Singh Sahab, you take care of these K elements from the East Coast, which is in New York, and I'll take care of them from California. That's where he was based. So that's one. And number two, Vineet, he was also on record saying that the likes of, Pannus need to get their head evaluated, because he says that they're not just anti-India, they're anti-Sikh too, because 87% of the Sikhs live in India. So I don't know what referendums these Johnnies have across the world, and especially now that it has happened just a couple of weeks before the referendum. Vineet, I'm concerned. I'm going to hold to my horses till the jury comes out. But Vineet, he is a very fine gentleman. And number two, he was a big bridge between, how our Punjab is really suffering right now. So he was a big bridge in the Punjabis who would be misled coming to America or Canada, and then, after selling their land, they would be working illegally. So he would really come out and tell people that, don't come illegally, or if you come through papers. And one more thing, Vineet, his last tweet was also on the same lines, and he said, America is not the same again. So make sure that you don't sell your land and come here, because now the way the new Trump America is, you could be even deported, for a parking violation, or maybe you have to, you end up looking at the officer in a wrong manner. So he truly, truly was the son of the Indian soil. And Vineet, I don't think it's lost. It's just a loss to Sikhism or to the diaspora community. It's a loss to India, because he was a thorough gentleman, a thorough Indian, and unfortunately, till his untimely demise, for which, I'm still going to wait, he really, really worked for the motherland. So, I mean, it's a personal loss, not only to me, but to the diaspora and to the entire Indian community, Vineet.
Rightly said. Professor Nalapat, in fact, there is a paucity of people in the West who are anti-Khalistani. Of course, we can talk as much as we want about this movement, when it comes to Khalistan. But the fact of the matter is that we need voices in the West as well. And Mr. Chahal was one of those tall voices, which seems to be, at this point in time, but not yet confirmed, has been silenced.
Well, I'd like to say, Vineet, that I would first like to convey my condolences to his family and to his friends. And as Mr. Lali so eloquently put it, a grave loss has been suffered by the whole of humanity, frankly, because he was standing, frankly, the K group, and I think Mr. Lali is the individual whom I have to thank for having told me about, his name, renaming this group the K group, because nothing to do with the glorious concept of Khalistan and with the glorious Sikh community, one of the noblest communities in India and in the world, and who are a pride wherever they settle, and a big pride in India as well. So I'd like to say there's certainly a lot of mystery here. He had a huge number of death threats, and he was in apparently very good health. So I would agree that yes, we have to wait till the autopsy comes out. But I think the California police need to do a very thorough investigation because I mean California is basically a place where there are these little pockets of these K group elements, basically fueled by the Pakistan military and now supported by China as well. So I'd like to say, Vineet, that I think a very careful investigation needs to be made, putting all these facts in mind. And now the Trump administration is in charge. I hope that that kind of administration will ensure that justice is done to the bereaved family and to the whole of humanity, because what he represented, Mr. Chahal, was humanity. And humanity abhors violence. Humanity abhors any recourse to terror or any form of violence. In fact, humanity believes that everybody should live together peacefully and respect each other. So I think Mr. Chahal exemplified that beautifully, and I'm so glad Mr. Surinder Singh Lali has put it so eloquently based on his meetings with him. And I would only like to say I join in tribute to this very noble individual. But I'd also like to point out, in my view, this is a small number of individuals who have fallen prey to this, but maybe a large number of unwary youths. And it's important for the youth to get this message. That's why NewsX did a good thing in pointing it out. But the reality is, one of the noblest communities in India is the Sikh community. And we can all be proud of them, and the whole world can be proud of the Sikhs that are there, and barring, of course, the exceptional elements who do not represent them at all, which is the K group. Thank you, Vinny.
Dr. Bagai, what are your thoughts on this kind of a mysterious death, being orchestrated towards a prominent anti-Khalistan activist, who's not only rare to find but also understands that India at this point in time, Punjab at this time, is not going to be entertaining the volatility which is so prominent in countries like the UK and the Canada, and he was perhaps one of those bridges which was instrumental in changing that perception, which the West has also soaked up so easily.
Good evening. My condolences first to his friends and family. Extremely unfortunate event. So any sudden death can be natural or unnatural. If you're talking in terms of a natural death, it could be a sudden heart attack, what we call as a myocardial infarction. It could be a sudden cardiac arrest. Mind you, there are 7 lakh deaths like this every year in India alone. Globally, there are more than 33 million people who suffer from myocardial infarction annually. But more importantly is that if it is an unnatural death, then of course the autopsy and the forensic examination in a detailed evaluation will tell us whether he's been poisoned or there was some mischievous event or activity which has led to his unnatural death. What I would like to point out is that for a very long time, over many decades, even though I'm a doctor, but I follow the geopolitical environment of the world very closely for many decades, I think any country which is getting strong economically, socially, militarily, politically, with a voice, is not looked at very favorably by the world. The world wants to dominate. And I think the stage of India dominance is long gone, it's over. The Khalistan element, of course, is an illegal activity which is being allowed to percolate in Canada. There are pockets in US, likewise in some parts of Europe. And I think if this gentleman has stood by the ethos, philosophy, constitution of India, we must respect and value him and remember him for that. But I think the message to the world is very clear that anyone who is giving air to this kind of activity, which is going to harm the national interest of India, within India and globally, would be taken care of. And I think Canada has understood that very, very clearly. And Pakistan has recurrently understood it 6 times over. But they are bad learners, so perhaps they probably will need the 7th lesson too. Over to you.
Ambassador Fabian, Dr. Bagai is absolutely right. If this is a death which is a result of foul play, there's a message in it, isn't it?
Thank you. To start with, deep condolences to the family and friends. Now, subject to autopsy, we cannot rule out violence on the part of the Khalistanis because two reasons. One, Khalistanis have been resorting to violence for decades. They had attacked me when I was acting High Commissioner in Canada, 83, 85. And they had committed other atrocities even more recently. And if the departed individual has been telling the community that what the Khalistanis are doing is wrong, well, there is some reason to suspect that they might have done it. But it is what we have to take note is that it is for the authorities in California to take appropriate action so that truth comes out and the guilty, if any, are punished. And the Indian community in North America should take note of this, that, a good human being who taught his fellow human beings, how to behave and how to do things right in the United States. If he was removed in this fashion, that is most, it's a matter of great sadness. And as you said, the message should be seen and acted upon.
All right, Mr. Lali, where do we go from here? There are a bunch of people, crusaders, who are trying to protect the sanctity of, our states and Punjab in the Western world, in UK and Canada predominantly, and considering the fact that, the Indian government has also been falsely accused of orchestrating, crimes in these countries. What kind of a convoluted spot does the diplomacy find itself in at this point in time?
Vineet, I'm going to answer your question and connect with Dr. Bagay's point that yes, with the rise of India, these Western economies, their deep states nourish these sorts of fringe rogues under the bogey of free speech, or how else? I mean, we've been watching the news, Vineet. From the United States, they are deporting people who were even seen standing next to a pro-Palestinian rally or an anti-Semitic, statement on their social media, and then Pannu makes the wrong noises. He paints a target on the back of a diplomat. He talks about blowing Air India and the Prime Minister and la 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 la. But beneath, he's still roaming around like a free bird. On my last trip, I saw him with two big old black cars, and he had security guards around him. I mean, I see he should be in jail instead of him being protected. And those guys didn't look as private guards because the number plates of those two big beastie black machines, those cars, were United States government. So we need, yes, they keep nourishing these kind of rogues, and it is the likes of Mr. Chahal who actually stood against them. We need, as you said, that these kind of people are rare to find. We need, there are heaps. I mean, 87% of the Sikhs live in India, and even in the West. Most people, I would say most of them, do not subscribe to this K gang. It's only that we need that the smell travels more faster, and and we are Indians. We go there, we mind our business because we have kids to feed and our families to take care of. So it reminds me of a saying that it's not the bad people that ruin a system. It's the good people by not taking part in it, and unfortunately, it's that good individual that we lost today. Vineet, also, if you allow me a minute, I have been banned from the Flushings Gurdwara in New York. I have been banned from, Gurdwara in Canada. And in one of them, they even quoted my comments on NewsX because I speak openly against these K gangs, so much so that I do not even dignify them either with the word K, as Professor Nalapat rightly said, or even the word.
All right, Mr. Lali, there seems to be a problem with your connection. Let me, in fact, come back to you, Professor Nalapat, taking a leaf out of what Mr. Lali said, that when it comes to India's concerns related to these Khalistani elements and their proxies, not much has been done by countries like Canada or the UK, for that matter. In fact, the situation over a period of time, sir, has gotten from bad to worse.
Well, I think it's important to have more data out on the fact that the K group is hand in glove with the narcotics lobby, is hand in glove with the illicit migration lobby. And these are facts. This is a reality. This is something that any police work will uncover. And then that is what I think would be of very much importance to law enforcement. The K group, frankly, I mean, they will dismiss as some kind of fringe group involved in some political so-called, activity. I mean, hardly activity of the normal kind, but they're not going to go deep into that. But when you point out the linkages, and there are so many of them, and when you put on the social media the facts about the linkages with the narcotics trade and with the illicit migration trade of the K group elements, and of course their backers, I think then law enforcement will be a lot less respectful of their security than seems to have been the case with this agent of Pakistan. So I would like to say, Vineet, it's important that the facts come out. Ultimately, truth will overcome untruth. And the facts are that the K group is neck deep in narcotics, neck deep in illicit migration. And you've seen that in Canada, Justin Trudeau's Canada. It's all out in the open. Justin Trudeau did nothing about it. Mark Carney at least is trying to do something about it. But Trudeau, in fact, incentivized it and basically did nothing about it. So you've seen that happen. You've seen drugs percolate among the young people in the United States as well. You've seen, for example, illicit migration, even now, taking place into the United States. And when it is clear that the K group is directly linked to these two activities, I think then law enforcement will have a very different story to tell. And the next time any vehicles follow any of these violent elements, it will not be as a protective force, but essentially to take the person, whoever it is, into custody. Vineet.
All right. We also have a paucity of time. I'm going to take concluding thoughts from Dr. Bagai and Mr. Lali once again before we wrap up. Dr. Bagai.
You should not at all feel worried when you're standing up tall. I think it's a part of our evolution phase which we have to undergo as a nation, which is going from strength to strength. So from strong, we are distinctly becoming stronger. We know that there will be forces who will be trying to pull us down. We know that there will be forces who will be trying to disengage in our progress and make us more distracted. Pakistan is a classical example. Sometimes you're surrounded by neighbors which try to pull you down, be it China, be it Pakistan, or be it Bangladesh for various reasons. But I think we need to learn to stand on our own. We don't need to look for approval to the world. The world has to now look at us for approval. We don't have to be worried about what others are doing. We should focus on our strengths and put down these elements which are trying to pull us down. There should be no fear and no respect for these people who are trying to destroy the integrity of our country, harming us or trying to harm us in any which way.
Mr. Lali, concluding thoughts from you, and what is your takeaway from the fact that the Khalistanis or the supporters of Khalistanis are resorting to perhaps more creative and newer means, to not only debunk India's stance towards Khalistan, but also harm those people who support India abroad?
Beneath the whole issue is that these fringe rogue Johnnies who call themselves Sikhs are actually backed by the deep states in Western economies. I mean, I'll give you one, don't need to be a rocket scientist to know. And, Operation Sindoor was a great learning experience for us to know who stands with who. So, Vineet, the K group, the Punjab that they're looking for, does not have the Punjab which is in Pakistan. I mean, the irony is that 65% Punjab went to Pakistan, and as they say in Punjabi, "Sade Guruan di dharti hai." But for some reason, these K groups who I've often seen at the Sikh Day parades and Sikh events, hand in hand with people from the ISI and the Pakistani embassy. So that's one. And B, none of the K elements or so-called K elements have condemned the law of another Sikh leader. So obviously they are all hand in glove with it. But as Dr. Bagai rightly said, we don't need to worry, because through Operation Sindoor, we set up a new narrative that we will not inherit the problems of America or Europe. We have our own course to follow. We are not looking for any alliance of any kind. Our alliance is best alliance of us building our economy and making us stronger so that the world gets up and listens to us, which has to happen from the 5th to the 4th to the 3rd. It's only a matter of time. So be it the K elements and even the likes of Donald Trump with these mercurial activities, they can't put any on the backseat beneath. They will come and go. We've been there for 5,000 years, and we have another 5,000 years up ahead, looking forward to, Vineet.
Fair enough. Mr. Lali, Dr. Bagai, Professor Nalapat, appreciate you took out the time and shed some important perspective on this event, which is still a mystery. We will determine in a few days as to what exactly the cause of Mr. Chehal's death was. On that note, we are dipping into a short break. We'll be right back.
मुरली जी के फादर का कैंसर का इलाज 3 साल चला। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने उनके इलाज का 1 करोड़ का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। बीमारी में हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस ही काम आएगा। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 360 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
ये रोशनी का सफर दिलचस्प है, दिलचस्प है।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं।
ये रोशनी का सफर
अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
lovely show at showcase for debutante Aisha Rao at India Couture Week, and not debutante but veteran now, if we can call her, Sara Ali Khan, showstopper. Can we call you that, veteran showstopper now?
No, no, you cannot.
How does it feel though every time you come on to the India Couture Week ramp? Today, of course, looking very, very beautiful in this Aisha creation.
I think I'm always a little bit nervous, because somebody else has worked so hard and they're kind of like given you their piece and they're like, okay, go finish the show. And of course, it behooves you to do your best because it's not just for yourself, it's for somebody else. And she's just been so lovely and gracious and so encouraging the whole time that I think I just really wanted to do my best for her, especially since this was her debut. I was a little, I think I carried some of her nerves because by the end of it, she was like, just relax. And I was like, what's happening? So yeah.
Do you have a routine before you walk the ramp?
I shut my eyes for some time.
To you, on today's showcase, what was the inspiration behind your collection and how does it feel making your Couture Week debut?
Right. So the sponsor is Kohler, and Kohler had given me a specific brief. They wanted it to be a maximalist ode to nature, and that's what we've done. We've incorporated foliage, we've incorporated their favorite peacocks because that's their bestseller color, and I think the outfit speaks for itself. They're metallics. Their rose golds, their stainless steels, their gunmetals, all of them are on the collection.
You can see that. Final question to you. A lot of love today on the ramp, but a lot of love for your last release as well. What will you say?
Always grateful, just as long as people enjoy what we're trying to do and we get the opportunity to keep doing that. I think that's very important. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was Sara and Aisha speaking with us, of course, after this India Couture Week show with journalist Himanshu Uday Pratap Singh in Delhi, NewsX. Kapoor has just turned showstopper for designer Rimzim Dadu at India Couture Week. Khushi, how do you feel in this outfit? You're looking extremely beautiful, very metallic also. How do you feel?
I feel great. I feel super strong and feminine at the same time. I feel like it's a great incorporation of tradition with a certain edginess, especially with the materials and the structures that's been incorporated. So I'm feeling great.
It's reflective of the women of today, do you believe?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Rimzim, tell us a bit about the inspiration behind today's collection, what the thoughts were, and what you feel on this outfit as well, and her walk.
So the collection today was inspired by the Banjara tribes of Gujarat. A lot of their crafts and weaves, how they adorn themselves, a lot of jewelry that's actually aged and weathered with time. So a lot of like oxidized metal jewelry, and that's what I wanted to kind of recreate in this outfit. So I almost wanted to look like a piece of oxidized metal jewelry that she's wearing. So essentially, yes.
What defines your personal style?
I think it depends on the day and what my mood is. I think today it's feeling very strong. So I think it's subjective.
What's your favorite color to wear normally?
Pink.
And finally, who is your many people's fashion icon? Who is your fashion icon?
I think Janvi is my fashion icon.
All in the family.
I said this is her debut at India Couture Week, but this is her debut at India Couture Week at the Taj Palace.
It was offside.
She did do one offside.
It was an offside show. We were there for it when you walked with Vedang, Gaurav Gupta.
Yes.
I remember that. Exactly. No, we remember that. But thank you so much. Congratulations. Journalist Himanshu Uday Pratap Singh in Delhi. बहुत ही खास शो इंडिया कुट्योर वीक में दिखे हैं अर्जुन रामपाल उनके मित्र रोहित बाल के शो के लिए। अर्जुन, कैसा रहा आज का अनुभव?
बड़ा इमोशनल रहा क्योंकि गुड्डा के लिए है। बहुत खुशी की बात ये थी कि उनके जितने भी कलाकार हैं, डिज़ाइनर्स हैं, मैंने हमेशा ये बिलीव किया है कि लेजेंड्स कभी मरते नहीं, हमेशा ज़िंदा रहते हैं, उनकी लेगेसी बढ़ते रहती है। तो बहुत अच्छा लगा कि उनके जो डिज़ाइनर्स हैं जिनको उन्होंने ट्रेन किया था, जिनके अंडर उन्होंने काम किया था, उन्होंने इतनी खूबसूरत कलेक्शन बनाई और उनके जितने भी दोस्त थे सारे सब यहाँ पर थे, तो बहुत आनंद मिला।
इस आउटफिट के बारे में क्या कहेंगे? जैसे आप कह रहे हैं अभी भी गुड्डा की सुगंध आ रही है।
हाँ, वो एक कमाल की बात थी, क्योंकि मैंने जैसे कि वो केस खोला ये जैकेट निकालने के लिए, एक खुशबू होती है गुड्डा के कपड़ों में, जो मुझे हमेशा लगता था कि वो शायद गुड्डा के घर से आती है तो इसलिए वो खुशबू है, मगर स्ट्रेट फ्रॉम फैक्ट्री इट केम और वही सुगंध मुझे महसूस हुई, तो बहुत ही अजीब लगा, बहुत ही अच्छा लगा। इट वाज वेरी वेरी स्ट्रेंज, और मैंने गैब्रिएला को भी फ़ोन करके बोला कि दिस हैपेंड एंड इट वाज रियली रियली अमेजिंग टू फील दैट, बहुत यादें आ जाती हैं।
आपकी शुरुआत भी इसी रैंप से हुई थी, इतना कुछ हासिल कर दिया, मगर अब भी जब आप रैंप लौटते हैं तो वही रूटीन रहता है?
वही रूटीन कुछ नहीं होता है, वहाँ पे चलना पड़ता है बस। चल तो सकते हैं आज तक।
प्री रूटीन?
हाँ, थोड़ी बहुत, कि एक थोड़ा सा समय मिलता है जब भी आप कहीं भी जाते हो, आई मीन पब्लिक के सामने, इन फ्रंट ऑफ एवरीबॉडी, तो थोड़ी बहुत आपको अपने आप को थोड़े बहुत समय अपने साथ बिताना चाहिए।
आखिरी सवाल आपसे, राणा नायडू 2 इतना प्यार मिला आपको उस रोल के लिए, क्या कहेंगे?
वो बहुत खुश हूँ, बहुत ही आनंद मिला, क्योंकि बिल्कुल अलग है मुझसे रौफ भाई, तो अच्छा लगता है जब लोग पसंद करते हैं।
थैंक यू सो मच, ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर। थैंक यू। कैमरामैन हिमांशु के संग उदय प्रताप सिंह, इंडिया न्यूज़, दिल्ली। Designer Sunit Verma has, of course, had a grand showcase at the day 2 of the FTCI India Couture Week. Congratulations, what a lovely show. And Ridhima Kapoor Sani's showstopper also joins us.
Thank you, yes, thank you for being here.
Let me begin with you first, Ridhima. How does it feel for you? You're looking very, very beautiful in Sunit's creation.
Yes, always I feel very special. I feel beautiful tonight. And I thank Sunit for giving me this opportunity to walk for him.
Firstly, let's just talk a bit about your muse for today.
Yes, so I like to step back a little bit. So, I met Ridhima. So I've known her family for years, well before, but I met Ridhima when she got married and moved to Delhi from Mumbai as a young girl. And I thought she was absolutely stunning, and she was young, and she was glamorous, and she was beautiful. It was like a little fresh air, coming into New Delhi. And I said to her, will you please walk my ramp? So 18 years ago, when she was a young bride, literally I think the first year maybe of your wedding.
27 at that time, yeah, I was very, very
young. And then she did walk for me, and then I kind of nurtured that all these years. I was like, when I find the right opportunity, I will ask her again. So 18 years later, I was like, will you do this now? And she didn't even wince. In fact, she came from Europe a day earlier to do her fittings.
But anything for Sunit.
You don't show it. What is your personal style statement?
Very minimal. I would wear this to a wedding for sure. This is like one of my favorite pieces, and I was like, Sunit, I'm wearing this, and I'm going to be walking this. Less drama, but it makes a statement. Yeah.
Finally, now, as he said, you're starting your film career. How does that feel as well? You were just on sets with your mother. We saw some pictures.
Yes, I was. It felt very special. Working with my mom was a dream come true, and it definitely felt very, very, very special. Yeah.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Journalist Himanshu, Uday Pratap Singh in Delhi, NewsX. We're cheering on the showstopper today at Sunit Verma's show is Ridhima Kapoor Sani's family, her husband Bharat Sani, and of course daughter Samara. Welcome both of you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having us.
Firstly, what did you think of your mother's work?
Alright, so I feel like watching my own mother in front of so many people, she's just really talented, and of course watching her, like, she's just amazing in everything that she does. I really enjoyed, and it's just so beautiful. So
she's had a special connect with Sunit.
Yes,
now she was back on the ramp for
Correct, yeah. 18 years later, she started her modeling journey with Sunit. So it's amazing to see her come back and walk for him in his beautiful creations. And she looks younger, if not, she looks. I think she did a fantastic job. So we're really proud.
Well, I have to also ask you, how do you react to all the attention these days that you get, at the airport, of course, wherever you go, online with the paparazzi?
well, so that was a long time ago, and I feel like Okay, so basically my experience was I was walking at the airport. I didn't really like have an experience with paparazzis too much. But so that's why I just started posing, like doing like random poses. I didn't know how it looked like on camera. So I saw the video and I was like, oh no, it looks like that.
Be honest, she loves the attention. She wants to go to Bombay just to get tapped.
No, that's not true. Because sometimes when I look at the videos, I'm like, what did I just do?
When you went to a wedding, everything was scrutinized from how you were standing with your...
Okay, I did not push. Why would I? Why would I? Genuinely, like, I feel like my mom, my nanny, they're both very talented. They're very good at what they do. And I feel like sometimes like when you're like papped, you can get like trolled often, which it's normal. Like a lot of people get trolled, but I feel like it's preparing me for the future and when I want to like join the film industry. So
One has to have a thick skin. Absolutely, absolutely. But it also, she's talking about joining the film industry. Ridhima has finally decided to join films after so many years.
Yeah. Well, it's never late, I guess. And I'm always encouraging her. So whatever keeps her happy, keeps her busy. I'm proud of the work that she's doing. Yeah.
Is something you'd like to do in the future as well? Possibly modeling or act?
I've always dreamed of, okay, as much as I love acting, my family and all, they're like actors. So I feel like as much as that, I've really been interested in fashion. Modeling is one of something that I really want to do in the future, because I've always like loved fashion and like wearing like nice outfits and just like dressing up and like it's really like fun for me, especially. So acting, like, yes, of course, but also modeling is one of my priorities. So.
Her drama's already started at home.
Clearly. And it's in the genes, I have to say.
Thank you. Thanks.
The journalist Himanshu Uday Pratap Singh in Delhi, NewsX. We're at India Couture Week with actor Trinetra Haldar Gunma Raju. Welcome. Thank you for being with us on NewsX today.
Thank you so much for having me.
You were here especially for Amit Agarwal's Couture show. What did you think of it?
This is my first time at Couture Week. Also my first time wearing Amit Agarwal. So I was so excited. I think I look like a goddess thanks to him. And the entire thing was so celestial, so otherworldly, and just to see how every single piece is like, it's like moving art, it's like fluid, and it's actually really funny because a lot of my illustrations are very linear, so there's lots of lines, and so I find a lot of resonance in what he puts into his pieces, and so just to see each model carry that with such elegance and grace, and there was also a little bit of drama to it, with some of those pieces. It was beautiful, the whole thing. Yeah, stunning.
If we were to ask you what your personal fashion statement is, what is that?
It's chaotic as hell. Let's put it like that, because you never know what I'm going to hit you with. Suddenly it'll be red hair. Suddenly it'll be a sari. Suddenly it'll be So I like to keep things transformational. As a trans person, I feel like shape-shifting becomes part of your life, and I think that reflects in what I wear and how I feel. So chaotic.
That's a good one. Made in Heaven, do you believe it'll always be special for you?
God, yeah, 100%. I think it started my journey in so many ways, with acting, with fashion in some ways, because Made in Heaven was so fashion-heavy and centric.
And a lot set in Delhi as well.
And Amit actually did One Full Wedding also. Like episode 7 was done by him. So it was like my introduction to a very new world, and it changed representation for trans people the way that it exists. And to be that representation means a lot. So yeah, always.
Anything we can look forward to next?
You will see in due time.
Okay. Watch this space for more, as they say.
Watch this space for more.
Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
Journalist Himanshu Uday Pratap Singh, great to see you. Thank you. With journalist Himanshu Uday Pratap Singh in Delhi, NewsX. Well, after Rimzim Daru show at India Couture Week, we have actor Gurfateh Pirzada with us. Thank you for speaking with us on NewsX.
Of course.
How did you like the show?
It was great. It was incredible. Opulent. I love the set. Love the clothes.
What does couture mean for you?
I think it's anything that it's larger than life, breaks the boundary, breaks the patterns set before and experimental.
If we were to ask you now about your filmography, do you believe Call Me Bay has really been a game changer for you in terms of OTT success for you and also the projects now you're getting?
I think it's been a game changer until when did it come out? November, September, one of those. But whatever that's coming, I think that'll be the game changer. I'm waiting for that.
I have to quickly ask you because the first look already went viral. Excited for the Revolutionaries?
Yeah, I am. But that's one of the things. I have 4 things that are coming out next year, hopefully more. And yeah, next year's I think it's going to be a big one.
But just Revolutionaries because we've seen that first look already. Tell us something about the project. How excited?
It's a massive show. I think it's one of the biggest tentpole shows for Prime for next year, or in general, because it's the first that they've announced something almost a year before release. So we're almost done with shoot. It's looking great. I have some work left on it, and yeah, I can't wait for it.
And also good that we're telling India stories which often are left untold or many don't know.
Of many don't know, and also I think freedom in general, it's only, we talk about a very certain few years of it, and because there's so many other people who actually fought the wars, who started the movement, but weren't necessarily as successful as Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, or the likes that came after. But yeah, I think it's a very interesting story. There's a book on it, and everyone's super excited about it.
Good luck. As you said, you've got a lot coming up. Good luck for that.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Journalist Himanshu Pratap Singh in Delhi, NewsX. Jayanti Reddy, after a successful show at the India Couture Week, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. How was the show for you?
I think it went off really well. I was extremely nervous. I was a mixed bag of nerves and excitement, but I think it went off really well.
What was the inspiration behind the collection? Lovely colors, all different hues we could see. What was the inspiration?
So the collection is reclaimed opulence, and I think the inspiration behind it is when I created a piece of art where we repurposed a lot of leftover textiles from our archives in our previous collection, and that turned out really beautifully. So I thought, why not make couture bridal garments out of that? So that's where the inspiration came from. It happened very, very organically and naturally. So that's what it was.
How do you define couture for you?
I think couture is pure magic. It's a lot to do with details, with the intricate embroidery and heritage craft. And I think it's more like wearable art, if you ask me. Thank you.
Congrats on a great show.
Thank you so much.
Journalist Himanshu Pratap Singh in Delhi, NewsX. Well, after a scintillating show at India Couture Week by acclaimed designer Tarun Tehliani, we have the man of the moment himself joining us on NewsX. Thank you for speaking with us.
My pleasure to be here.
30 years of Tarun Tehliani, what does that make you feel?
You know, privileged that I can do what I love. I work with wonderful people like Sonali who express what I'm thinking. And I think more than anything, you know, the more you do something, we didn't come from a country that had tailoring and I mean, I grew up, you know, my dad was in the Navy. He kept trying to send me to IIT. I went to the Doon School like you. You know, I was forced to study economics. So to finally find your way into what you like, then it takes years to develop, you know, the feeling that you'll be able to express yourself. That's all it is for me. It's a very personal thing. Everything else is important, but it's secondary to the joy I have every day of going to work. That's for me the most important.
If we talk about today's show, you know, some of us in the audience were discussing that Tarun Tehliani can never go wrong. But if we talk about...
He's gone wrong many times, let me tell you. I'll be the first one to tell you many boo-boos.
Okay, but not today, clearly. What was today's inspiration behind today's couture collection?
You know, there's never a singular inspiration for me because I don't work from a theme. I always love old views of India. I love the Daniels paintings. I love muted colors. I think lehenga should have pockets because I think women should always be modern. You know, my mother was the first engineer in Bombay. They had to build a toilet for her in the college. So I've just grown up where this is normal, you know. Women aren't treated differently. There's equality. And I think now equality has to extend to so many different things. I just wanted to be modern Indian fashion, you know, all that we were and more. That's the line. you respect your past, but you hone it into modernity. Otherwise, it'll be costume, and we'll all be Western. And what's the point?
If I were to ask you to define couture, what is that for you?
Handmade, molded to the body. It's the excess of excess of lavishing things of love by the hand. That's what couture is everywhere in the world.
Final question then. These days, even Prime Minister Modi is saying "Make in India," and you ended with "Made in India" song.
Yeah, well, this is an old song by Alicia Chennai, who I knew and used to be a big client at Ensemble. And this song, every time I hear it, it brings a smile. And they're like, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" After Chopin and Bach, I said, "This is what we Indians dance to at the Sangeet. So let's do it."
And that's what they were dancing to in the audience today.
Oh, they were? That's great. I didn't see it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations on a great show.
Thank you.
Journalist Himanshu Uday Pratap Singh in Delhi, NewsX. Well, designer Amit Agarwal is just showcased at the FDCI India Couture Week. What a lovely show, Amit. Thank you for being with us firstly after the show. What was the inspiration behind today's collection?
I think the entire idea revolved around looking at time inwards. I think the last collection spoke of time as a large narrative that shapes our lives. I think this time the entire concept of the DNA, which for me is time seen inwards, because DNA is the one that's responsible for, the lives that we lead. So I think 5 different narratives through the 5 different aspects of the DNA. That was what the collection was about.
For Amit Agarwal, what does couture mean?
I think couture is a coming together of a lot of sensibilities and feelings and emotion. I think it is, of course, coming together besides the clothes, jewelry, your luxury of watches. But I overall feel couture, for me, besides everything else, is a feeling. I think what you wear is something that makes you like the clothing, you can identify with the clothing. I think you are one with the couture.
Final question, how important is sustainability in fashion for you as well?
I think I'm a little bored of the question on sustainability. I feel that that is the only way we should be living life. I don't think that should be a narrative or even a question to be asked at this current point. I think if you're conscious about your own acts as a person every day, you'd lead a sustainable life nonetheless.
Congrats again on a great show. Thank you. Journalist Himanshu Uday Pratap Singh in Delhi, NewsX.
रितेश श्रीवास्तव जी सिर्फ 35 साल की उम्र में अचानक एक बीमारी से चले गए। उनकी टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस के पैसे बच्चों की पढ़ाई और घर खर्च में काम आ सकते हैं। पॉलिसी बाजार ने क्लेम के वक्त फैमिली का पूरा साथ दिया। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 2 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 700 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
ये रोशनी का सफर दिलचस्प है।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं।
ये रोशनी का सफर
अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूँ, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour, at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
जब मंगला जी की किडनी का ऑपरेशन हुआ तो पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर 18 लाख रुपए का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। बीमारी में हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस ही काम आएगा, पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 360 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूँ, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour, at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report. Its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to Welcome back. Relentless rain in Himachal Pradesh has claimed 173 lives this season, with majority of the deaths owing to landslides and flash floods. 98 people died in rain-related incidents and 78 in road accidents during the same period. Kamlesh, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to give us more details about this. Kamlesh, अगर आप मेरी आवाज़ सुन पा रहे हैं?
जी जी।
कमलेश, पिछले माह से ही बारिश का प्रकोप जो है उसका अंत देखने को नहीं मिल रहा है। रोज़ खबर आ रही है कि राज्य में जान जा रही है। प्रशासन अभी तक क्या-क्या सुविधाएं दे चुका है उन लोगों को जो इस बारिश के प्रकोप से पीड़ित हैं?
और देखिए विनीत, जिस तरह से जुलाई महीने में जो है ये जो पूरा हिमाचल के अधिकतर इलाकों में जिस तरह से बारिश का जो प्रकोप रहा, उसके बाद हमने लगातार देखा कि किस तरह से जो है क्लाउड बर्स्ट की घटनाएं हुई, बाढ़ आने की घटनाएं हुई। तो ऐसे में अभी अगस्त भी शुरू हो चुका, मैं आपको बता दूं, अगस्त महीने के 3-4 दिन निकल चुके हैं। ऐसे में आगे भी लगातार जो है कंटिन्यू जो है इसी तरह की स्थिति बनी हुई है। मैं आपको बता दूं, पिछले 2 दिनों से की अगर बात की जाए तो अगर कुल्लू मनाली के आसपास की बात की जाए तो यहाँ पे जगह जगह जो है जितने भी जो वाटर स्कीम्स हैं, चाहे जितने जो रोड्स हैं, लिंक्स रोड है खासकर, सभी जो है इसमें से करीब 50 के आसपास खाली कुल्लू डिस्ट्रिक्ट में बंद पड़े हुए हैं। और ऐसे में मैं आपको बता दूं, जो नेशनल हाईवे कुल्लू से मनाली होता हुआ जो लेह लद्दाख की ओर जाता है, वो भी जो है बार बार जो है जो धुंधी नामक स्थान है, अटल टनल के पास धुंधी नामक स्थान है, वहां पे जिस तरह से जमीन धंस रही है, उसके बाद लगातार जो है रोड बंद हो रहा है। हालांकि कुछ समय के लिए रोड थोड़ी देर के लिए वन वे हो जाता है, लेकिन जैसे ही तेज बारिश एक बार हो जाती है तो फिर से रोड बंद हो जाता है। तो इस तरह की जो स्थिति है पूरे हिमाचल की ही मैं आपको बात बता दूं, जो है अधिकतर जिलों में इसी तरह की स्थिति बनी हुई है। मैं आपको साथ में ये भी बता दूं कि जिस तरह से जो एक के बाद एक अलर्ट आ रहे हैं, येलो अलर्ट, ऑरेंज अलर्ट, इस तरह की स्थिति लगातार जो है हिमाचल प्रदेश में बनी हुई है। और साथ में ये भी बता दूं कि यहाँ के लोग जो है जैसे तेज बारिश होती है विनीत, तो ये रात के समय जो है जो जिस तरह से इनके जो रातें गुजर रही है, डरे सहमे जो है यहाँ के लोग जो है जिंदगी बिता रहे हैं। खासकर जो है जैसे ही जो अलर्ट आता है, और आगे जो आने वाले दिन है आपको बता दूं 3-4 दिनों तक जो है इसी तरह की स्थिति बताई गई है। खासकर जो 4 और 5 जो अगस्त है, उसमें जो है प्रदेश के 6 जिलों में ऑरेंज अलर्ट कहा गया। तो ऐसे में आने वाले दिन भी जो है प्रदेश वासियों को बेहद ही सावधानी बरतने की जरूरत है। विनीत,
आप रहिए हमारे साथ कमलेश। अकॉर्डिंग टू द स्टेट इमरजेंसी ऑपरेशन सेंटर, a total of 747 distribution transformers have been rendered inactive and 249 water schemes have shut down. The connection of more than 2 dozen villages in Balot and Batot panchayats of Bharmor with the world has been severed. Anurag Sharma, our Shimla bureau chief, is also joining us at this point in time. Anurag, अगर आप मेरी आवाज़ सुन पा रहे हैं?
जी बिल्कुल मैं सुन पा रहा हूँ।
अनुराग, स्कूल बंद हैं, मार्केट बंद है, हर तरीके का एक तरह से ट्रेड बंद है, व्यवसाय पे भी एक तरह से विराम लग चुका है। बारिश का प्रकोप हर साल आता है, पर फिर भी सवाल यही पूछा जाता है कि राज्य और प्रशासन इसके लिए तैयार क्यों नहीं रहता है।
यही सबसे बड़ा यक्ष प्रश्न है विनीत, जो आपने अभी पूछा है। अभी आप अगर देखेंगे हिमाचल की स्थितियों की अगर हम बात करें, 173 से ज्यादा मौतें हो चुकी हैं हिमाचल में। 98 लोग जो हैं वो केवल मौत जो है उनकी बारिश की वजह से हुई है, और 78 लोग ऐसे हैं जो बाढ़ में बह गए, किसी ना किसी फ्लैश फ्लड में बह गए या किसी तरह से जो है उनकी मृत्यु हो गई। इस तरह की स्थितियां लगातार हिमाचल में बनी हुई हैं, और ये ऐसा इसी साल नहीं हो रहा है कि अचानक ये आपदा आई या अचानक सरकार को नहीं पता था, अचानक कुछ ऐसा हो गया। ये लगातार पिछले 3 सालों से हम देख रहे हैं विनीत। मैं आपको बताऊं, अगर हम NH शिमला हाईवे जो कालका शिमला रोड है या मंडी का रोड है, अगर आप उसको ध्यान देंगे, ये दो ही जगह पर सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान होता है। सिरमौर का रोड अगर आप देखेंगे, ये ऐसे रोड्स हैं जो परमानेंटली 3 सालों से लगातार काम चल रहे हैं, NHAI के काम चल रहे हैं और दूसरे नुकसान है। परंतु बात क्या है कि इसके पीछे सबसे बड़ा मूल कारण क्या है। चलिए डेवलपमेंट की एक बात को अलग रखते हैं विनीत, तो डेवलपमेंट है, डेवलपमेंट कैसे होनी है उसके मापदंड कौन तय करेगा। उसके मापदंड NHAI को तय करने थे, जो नहीं हुए। सरकार उसको इंप्लीमेंट करती है, परंतु क्या सरकार ने ये बात ध्यान दी कि बरसात के सीजन आने वाला है, उससे पहले काम होना चाहिए। वो काम आज भी बरसात में वही लगातार उसी तरह से डुलमुल रवैये से काम हो रहा है। आज वो दोबारा कटिंग कर रहे हैं। बरसात के सीजन में कौन एक्सकेवेशन करता है, आज भी एक्सकेवेशन चली हुई है। जो आप आज की स्थितियां देख रहे हैं विनीत, वो ऐसे नहीं है, वो सरकार की कहीं ना कहीं अनदेखी के चलते कहीं ना कहीं उनका ढुलमुल रवैया रहा है, जिसकी वजह से आज जो हिमाचल भुगत रहा है या लोग भुगत रहे हैं। आप ये बताइए कि अगर किसी आपदा में किसी का नुकसान, जानी माल नुकसान होता है, उसको 25,000 की फौरी राहत दे दे, उसका घर बह गया, 25,000 रुपए से क्या होगा। जिसका 1 करोड़ 2 करोड़ रुपए की पूरी जीवन की जमा पूंजी का लगाया हुआ पैसा चला गया। क्योंकि अब वो क्या था, क्योंकि उसको लगातार, अगर आपको याद होगा, अभी जेल रोड पे मंडी में एक बहुत बड़ा हादसा हुआ था, और उसके लिए वहां के वार्ड मेंबर्स लगातार पिछले साल से बोल रहे थे कि इसको यहाँ पर एक जो है रोक के लिए दीवार लगाई जाए, क्योंकि हो सकता है कि पानी ऊपर से अचानक आ जाए। और वैसा ही हुआ, और उसके बाद हमने एक बहुत बड़ी त्रासदी जो है वो वहां पर देखी। 3 महिलाएं और 3 बुजुर्ग जो थे वहां पर दबकर मर गए। क्या कारण है कि सरकार तब जागती है जब आम जनता बिल्कुल सड़क पे आ जाती है। आज की डेट में अगर हम बात करें, 747 ट्रांसफार्मर हैं विनीत जो अब बंद पड़े हैं। 249 उठाऊ पेयजल योजनाएं हैं जो बंद पड़ी हैं। भरमौर का अगर आप एरिया देखें, चंबा का देखें, सिरमौर का देखें, मंडी का देखें, सोलन जिस जगह में मैं खड़ा होगा आपको बता रहा हूं, इस जगह की स्थिति आप अगर देखें, तो इस तरह की विनीत की कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा लगता है कि सरकार इस बात से बिल्कुल भी सरोकार नहीं रखती कि जब होगा तब देखा जाएगा। जब ऐसी स्थिति आती है तब इस तरह के नुकसान जो है वो आम जनता को झेलने पड़ते हैं, और बाद में त्राही त्राही मचती है। इस तरह की स्थितियां हैं। आज आप 400 से ज्यादा सड़कें बंद हैं, कोई भी इस बारे में नहीं सोच रहा कि कैसे जो है इस वक्त बागवान का टमाटर जाएगा, कैसे किसी का सेब यहाँ से जाना है। अभी आपको पता होगा कि सेब का सीजन शुरू हो चुका, करोड़ों रुपए का सेब जो है वो हिमाचल से जाता है, उसका कैसे इनको रूट में लाना है कोई पता नहीं है। आज सुबह अगर आप याद करो तो सुबह की रिपोर्ट थी कि बिलासपुर में बहुत बड़ा लैंडस्लाइड आया। क्या कारण है कि उन लोगों को उसी वक्त वहां पर डिप्लॉयमेंट नहीं हुई। सुबह से हजारों गाड़ियों का जाम लग गया। सरकार का जो प्रशासन, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि प्रशासन काम नहीं करता, प्रशासन तब काम करता है जब कुछ घटना घट जाती है। पहले काम करने के लिए पहले अवेयर होने की जरूरत है, जिसकी वजह से आज जो सरकारें भुगत रही है या जो आम जनता भुगत रही है, उसका सबसे बड़ा कारण यह है कि जब कोई घटना घट जाती है उसके बाद जो है वो जाग आती है। ये कारण है विनीत जी।
आपने ठीक कहा अनुराग। अब आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए। Well, over 400 roads are closed, like Anurag also pointed out, across Himachal as heavy rains continue to lash on. In the Mandi district, through which key roads such as the highway to Kullu Manali has been passing, 174 roads are closed. In Chamba, more than 100 roads are closed, according to the Emergency Operations Center. Anurag, 400 सड़कें बंद है इस वक्त। व्यापार पर कितना फ़र्क और कितना नुकसान देखने को मिल रहा है। जिस तरीके से लोग टूरिज्म को लेके और व्यापार को लेके हिमाचल में निर्भरता दिखाते हैं, उनके लिए सरकार क्या कर रही है?
देखिए विनीत, यही सबसे बड़ी बात। एक और जो आपने बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट प्रश्न है कि हिमाचल में टूरिज्म है कहाँ कहाँ। पहले ये बात करते हैं। एक है धर्मशाला, एक है चंबा, एक है कुल्लू, एक है मनाली और एक है शिमला। ये 5 स्टेट है, 5 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, जिसमें पूरा का पूरा जो है वो हमारा टूरिज्म डिपेंड करता है। मनाली से अभी आप हमारे कमलेश बोध को सुन रहे थे। कमलेश बोध ने भी ये बताया कि मनाली के होटल कुल्लू के होटल बिल्कुल खाली पड़े हैं लोगों के पास वहां पर, क्योंकि लोगों को डर बैठ गया, क्योंकि उन्होंने लगातार गिरते हुए लैंडस्लाइड देखे हैं, गिरती हुई बसों के ऊपर गिरता हुआ पहाड़ देखा है, बसों के ऊपर गिरता हुआ मलबा देखा है, लैंडस्लाइड में बहते हुए लोगों ने देखा हुआ, तो लोगों को डर होना बिल्कुल जायज। अगर उस तरह से अगर हम बात करें आज की डेट में, अब जो सेब की बात करते हैं या सब्जियों की बात करते हैं, हिमाचल दो ही चीजों पर निर्भर करता है, एक सेब पर, सब्जियों पर और टूरिज्म पर, और तीनों की तीनों चीजें जो हैं वो इस वक्त आहत है, जिसकी वजह से कहीं ना कहीं ऐसी स्थितियां उत्पन्न है कि लोगों को अभी ना तो पानी पीने को मिल रहा है, ना बिजली को मिल रहा है, ना उनको सामान आपूर्ति जो बाहर से आने वाले सामान है वो अटके हुए हैं, लोगों की लाइट नहीं मिल रही है, लोगों को इंटरनेट की सर्विस नहीं मिल रही है। इन सब समस्याओं को लेकर हिमाचल का आदमी आज चार तरफ से मार झेल रहा है, और चारों तरफ की मार इसलिए है क्योंकि सरकार ने पूरी तरह से ध्यान नहीं दिया जब उनको ध्यान देना चाहिए था। जी विनीत।
Well, videos of the breach of the coffer dam of the Malana hydropower project have also surfaced, showing an excavator being used to assist people to cross a stream in Lahore and Spiti district of Himachal Pradesh. No casualties were reported in the incidents, although there has been a significant rise in water level of the Parvati river as well. Anurag, rivers के levels पर भी जो उछाल देखने को मिल रहा है, उसकी क्या तैयारी की जा रही है? क्योंकि हम सब जानते हैं कि जैसे जैसे बारिश बढ़ती रहेगी, ये जो खतरा है लैंडस्लाइड्स का, लोगों के घर तक बह जाने का, वो और बढ़ेगा। उनको लेकर सरकार ने किस तरीके से इवैक्यूएशन प्लान, रिहैब सेंटर्स और शेल्टर्स बनाए हैं?
मैं आपको अभी यही बता रहा था, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि सरकार तब जागती है जब नुकसान हो जाता है, वही सेम स्थिति अब दोबारा है। जैसे अगर हम बात करें, आपने पिछले कल देखा होगा कि कुल्लू में एक टेम्परेरी ब्रिज बनाया हुआ था, अचानक जलस्तर बढ़ा और ब्रिज बह गया। अब लोगों के पास सड़क से दूसरी तरफ जाने का रास्ता भी नहीं है। अब इस तरह की समस्याओं में आम जनता क्या कर सकती है? केवल और केवल सरकार को देख सकती है, सरकार की वेट कर सकती है। आप बात करें 26.8 मिलीमीटर की पानी की बारिश हो रही है, उस बारिश में आदमी कैसे जो है वो सर्वाइव करेगा? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं घर में भी उस तरह की स्थिति थी, घर से पीछे से लैंडस्लाइड आने का खतरा है, बाहर जाए तो एक तरपाल का टुकड़ा और एक 5,000 रुपए की राहत, ये सरकार की तरफ से हेल्प है। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि सरकार काम नहीं कर रही है, एनडीआरएफ की टीमें तैनात है, एसडीआरएफ तैनात है, होमगार्ड तैनात है, पुलिस तैनात है, सरकार के आला अधिकारी मंत्री सब तैनात हैं, परंतु बात यह है कि पहले क्यों नहीं की गई ये तैयारियां? जो आज तैयारियां कर रहे हैं, जो आज ये काम कर रहे हैं, उससे आम जनता तो अस्त व्यस्त हो गई। आप देखिए कितने ब्रिज टूटे हैं, आपने देखा होगा कि सिरमौर में कितनी बड़ी जो है वो हानि हुई, जिसकी वजह से 3-3 दिन से जो गाड़ियां हैं वो वहां पर रुकी हुई हैं। कई गाड़ियों को ऐसा है कि बीच बीच में निकाला जाता है, सिंगल रोड करके उसको निकाला जाता है। उसके बाद आपने हमीरपुर में देखा होगा कि सिर्फ ऐसे लोग थे जो 9-9, 10-10 लोग, ऐसे परिवार थे जिसको 100-100 लोगों को एनडीआरएफ की टीम ने रातों रात निकाला। क्यों निकालना पड़ा? ऐसी स्थितियां क्यों आई? क्योंकि पहले की तैयारियां नहीं थी। यही कारण है कि सरकार की पोल जो है वो आज के दिन में लगातार खुलती हुई दिख रही है। बहुत सी ऐसी बातें हैं। देखिए, अगर आप विनीत ये देखेंगे कि ये नुकसान हो क्यों रहा है रोड्स के, अगर हम सिर्फ रोड्स की बात करते हैं कि रोड्स पे लैंडस्लाइड आती है, लैंडस्लाइड क्यों होती है? लैंडस्लाइड होने का कारण विनीत सबसे बड़ी बात है कि प्रॉपर ग्रेडिंग से कटिंग नहीं की गई। एक्सकेवेशन 100-100 मीटर की खड़ी स्ट्रेट एक्सकेवेशन है, जिसकी वजह से आज जबकि उसमें एक मापदंड है कि 12 मीटर के बाद एक बेंच बनेगा, हर 12 मीटर के बाद एक और बेंच बनेगा। जब आप वो बेंच नहीं बनाओगे, और बेंच क्यों नहीं बनाए गए? क्योंकि उनको अगले 30 मीटर तक अगर वो हाइट में कटिंग करते, बेंच बनाते, हर एक में स्टेप में बनाते, तो उनको पिछले वालों को पैसा देना पड़ना था। अब जो काम 2500 करोड़ का था, वो काम 1100 करोड़ में करवा लोगे, और उसके बाद 2500 करोड़ रुपया और उसको रिसाइकल करके लिए, उसको ठीक करने के लिए दोबारा जो है वो दोबारा उतना पैसा लगाओगे, तो मतलब 3-3 गुना पैसा जो है वो एक काम के लिए लग रहा है, और उससे समय की बर्बादी भी हो रही है, आम जनता का धन भी वेस्ट हो रहा है, गवर्नमेंट के लगाए हुए पैसे भी वेस्ट हो रहे हैं। ये सबसे बड़ी समस्या है विनीत, जिसकी वजह से आम आदमी आज परेशान है। उसी तरह से अगर हम बात करें, जितना भी सेब आता है, सेब आने के लिए इस वक्त ये बेस्ट टाइम है, परंतु आकर सोलन में रुक जा रहा है। सोलन में मंडी का ग्राहक जो आता है, जो नीचे से आ रहा है, वो ले जाए कैसे? उसका सेब यहीं का यहीं पड़ा है, वो बेच नहीं पा रहा। जो रेट्स आज की डेट में जयपुर में मिल रहे हैं, वो हिमाचल में नहीं मिल पा रहे हैं। वो अगर किसान या बागवान अगर उसको जयपुर बेच पाता, तो उसको रेट वो उस तरह के मिलते जो आज अच्छे मिलने थे। 4,000 रुपए की पेटी, जो 5,000 की पेटी, जो यहाँ पर आकर जो है वो 2700-2800 रुपए की पेटी बिक रही है। तो हर एक पेटी की बात करें तो उसमें 1500 से 1400 रुपए का नुकसान जो है वो एक बागवान को है। सब्जियों की ये सबसे बड़ी बात, टमाटर का ये बेस्ट टाइम होता है हिमाचल के लिए, कि जिसमें टमाटर बिकता है, गोभी बिकती है, मटर बिकता है, ये सारी सामान जो है वो हिमाचल के लोग आज की डेट में लोकल मार्केट में बेच रहे हैं, बाहर से सामान आने की आपूर्ति नहीं है। इन सब चीजों की वजह से कहीं ना कहीं विनीत बहुत ज्यादा परेशान जो है वो आम जनता हो रही है। सरकार हालांकि वादे कर रही है, पैसे दे रही है, सब कुछ कर रही है, परंतु ये काम सब पहले करने चाहिए थे जो आज कर रही है। ये काम की वजह से ये स्थितियां उत्पन्न हुई है। जी विनीत।
हमारे साथ in Himachal's Una, in the lower hills bordering Punjab, the heaviest rainfall was recorded in the state, sinking the area under a massive water level of 260.8 millimeters, reportedly accumulated on the roads and in the markets as well. Educational institutions have been closed in Una until further notice. कमलेश, स्कूल भी बंद है। अभी तक हम व्यापार की बात कर रहे थे, पर्यटन की बात कर रहे थे, टूरिज्म की बात कर रहे थे, पर स्कूल्स को लेकर भी, बच्चों को उनकी पढ़ाई तक पहुंचाने को लेकर भी सरकार यहां पर विफल रही है।
देखिए विनीत, जिस तरह से ऊना की आप बात कर रहे थे, ऊना में 24 घंटे में 210 मिलीमीटर, आप समझ सकते हैं विनीत कितनी तेज बारिश जो है, करीब जो है 10-12 घंटे की जो बारिश में 210 मिलीमीटर बारिश हुई। तो ऐसे में जो ऊना शहर की कल जिस तरह से तस्वीरें आई थी, हमने देखा था कि 3-3, 4-4 फीट जो है पूरा ऊना शहर के जो अधिकतर इलाकों में पानी भर गया था। ऐसे में जो है जो प्रशासन जो है बच्चों को स्कूल में पहुंचाना एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज था। तो ऐसे में इसी स्थिति को देखते हुए काफी जो कुछ जो खासकर जिस एरिया में ज्यादा पानी जो वाटर लॉगिंग हुई थी, वहां पे स्कूल्स बंद कर दिए थे। तो यही चारा बचता था सरकार के पास। और साथ में जिस तरह से पर्यटन की बात की जा रही है, विनीत मैं आपको बता दूं, जो जिस तरह हमारे जो ब्यूरो चीफ ने बताया कि जो आज के समय में जो नेशनल हाईवे क्यों लैंडस्लाइड हो रही है, जिस तरह से जो NHAI को जो काम करना चाहिए था, जो जिस तरह से जो एक 45 डिग्री में जो एक जो डंगे लगते हैं नेशनल हाईवे के साथ में जो तो वो जो है 90 डिग्री में जिस तरह से जो डंगे लगे हुए हैं, जिस तरह का काम हुआ है, इसके कारण जो है प्रेशर जो है झेल नहीं पा रहे हैं ये डंगे। तो ऐसे में लैंडस्लाइड की जो अधिकतर घटनाएं इन्हीं पॉइंट पे हो रही है। तो उसके बाद जो है पर्यटन कारोबार, तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि जब एक बार नेशनल हाईवे बंद हो जाता तो ऐसे में जो है आवाजाही, गाड़ियों की आवाजाही पूरी तरह से जो है बंद हो जाती है। प्रशासन पहुंचता, हालांकि प्रशासन पहुंचता है तो काफी घंटों, काफी मुशक्कत के बाद जो है रोड को वन वे किया जाता है। तो ऐसे में हिमाचल का जो पर्यटन कारोबार जो है, मैं आपको बता दूं, जब से बरसात शुरू हो गई है उसके बाद यहाँ की ऑक्यूपेंसी पहले, हालांकि पहले कुछ दिनों में 5% के आसपास ऑक्यूपेंसी थी, लेकिन आज के समय में एकदम 0 हो गई है। तो पर्यटन कारोबार पूरी तरह से ठप हो गया है। और साथ ही साथ जिस तरह का जो अभी जो आगे जो चैलेंज आने वाला है, क्योंकि 6,000 करोड़ रुपए की जो इकोनॉमी है वो यहाँ के सेब उत्पादन के ऊपर निर्भर करती है। तो जिस तरह से जो जितने भी जो लिंक रोड यहाँ बंद पड़े हुए हैं और जो नेशनल हाईवे के भी कई पोर्शन बंद पड़े हैं, तो ऐसे में आज के समय में जो सबसे बड़ा जो चैलेंज है किसान बागवानों को अपना जो प्रोडक्ट जो यहाँ की मार्केटों में जो पहुंचाना है, वो एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज जो है बन गया है पुनीत।
आप बने रहिए हमारे साथ कमलेश। इनफैक्ट विद द बियास एंड इट्स ट्रिब्यूटरीज फ्लडेड, a section of a bridge over the river near Sujanpur Tira in Hamirpur district has developed cracks as well. कमलेश, इसके बारे में क्या खबर मिल सकती है? अगर ब्रिज में भी अब एक तरह से क्रैक्स देखने को मिल रहे हैं, क्या सरकार ने, क्या प्रशासन ने कोई भी हिदायत दी है इस ब्रिज क्रॉस करने वालों को कि या तो ये ब्रिज बंद किया जाए या फिर लोगों को बताया जाए कि इस पे जाना जोखिम की बात है?
देखिए, जिस तरह से जो ब्रिज की बात सामने आ रही है, जैसे जो क्रैक्स आ गए थे, तो यहाँ पे हमने देखा था कि लैंडस्लाइड भी हुआ था पुनीत। तो जैसे लैंडस्लाइड हुआ तो उसके बाद जो है यहाँ पे यातायात बंद कर दिया गया था। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं जो है जो यातायात को डाइवर्ट करना पड़ रहा था। तो ऐसे में जिन लोगों ने जहाँ अपने गंतव्य तक जो पहुंचना होता है, उसके लिए जहाँ 2 घंटे का जो समय लगता है, वहाँ 5 से 7 घंटे, क्योंकि उनको घूम के जाना होता है पुनीत। तो ऐसे में जो है तमाम तरह की दिक्कतें जो है पूरे हिमाचल आज के समय में पूरी तरह से फेस कर रहा है। और जिस तरह से जो मेट डिपार्टमेंट शिमला ने जो अगले 4 दिनों का जो फोरकास्ट बताया है उसमें यही बताया जा रहा है कि प्रदेश के अधिकतर इलाकों में जो है भारी बारिश आने वाले 4 दिनों 5 तारीख तक जो है कोई भी राहत मिलने वाली नहीं है। तो ऐसे में जो यहाँ के जो जितने भी जो लोग हैं आने वाले दिनों में भी जो है बेहद ही सावधानी बरतने की जरूरत है। खासकर जिस समय तेज बारिश जो हो रही है, तो जहां भी तेज बारिश हो रही है तो वहां हम देख रहे हैं कि क्लाउड बर्स्ट की घटनाएं जो है लगातार सामने आ रही है।
All right. Well, amidst heavy rainfall, the Indian Meteorological Department has predicted normal to heavy rainfall over many parts of Himachal in August. A yellow alert for heavy rainfall has also been issued in Bilaspur, Mandi, Shimla, Solan and Sirmaur districts. Anurag, yellow alert और orange alert के बीच में ही अभी बातचीत चल रही है। क्या आपको लगता है अभी भी सरकार के पास मौका है कि जो नुकसान नहीं हुआ है वो होने से बच जाए?
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात की अगर हम बात करें, जैसे आप अभी बात कर रहे थे सुजानपुर टीरा की नदी के वहां पर, उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा लैंड का ऐसा पोर्शन है जो बिल्कुल कट गया हुआ है। उसकी वो सिर्फ एक ब्रिज की नहीं है, उसके बीच में नदी के बीच में दरार आ गई है। आप अगर उसकी तस्वीरें देखेंगे तो वो बहुत भयानक तस्वीरें हैं। वो कहीं ना कहीं इतनी भयानक है कि आगे आने वाले व्यास जिस तरह से चल रही है, आगे जाकर व्यास नदी जो है वो पूरा पौंग डैम के एरिया को कवर करती है और पौंग के पांचों डोर जो हैं वो खोले जा चुके हैं। और अगर पांचों डैम के डोर खोले हैं, आपने देखा होगा गोविंद सागर का भी जलस्तर बढ़ गया है, भगड़ा डैम जो है वो भी उसका भी जलस्तर बढ़ा हुआ है। तो उन सभी की वजह से जिस तरह से अभी बारिश, अभी तो मुझे लगता है कि अभी 15 अगस्त और 20 अगस्त तक बारिश चलनी है। आप ये देख रहे हैं कि लगातार मंडी, बिलासपुर, सोलन और कांगड़ा के लिए जो अभी हाई अलर्ट पे जो अभी भी रखा गया है, क्योंकि ये 20 जून से हमने स्थितियां देखी है, 20 जून से आज आप देख लीजिए 3 अगस्त हो रहा है, तो इतना लंबा अरसा जो हमने काटा है उतना ही लंबा अभी और है। अगर ये हम आज ये कहें कि आज ही अब निपट जाएगी स्थितियां, ऐसा नहीं है। आने वाले समय में कमर और कसनी पड़ेगी। हिमाचल के लोगों के लिए सरकार को लामबंद होकर काम करना पड़ेगा। बाहरी डिप्लॉयमेंट की जरूरत है, इसमें केंद्र सरकार की भी आवश्यकता है कि केंद्र सरकार टाइम पर मदद करे, एनडीआरएफ की मदद करे। उसमें स्टेट जो है जितनी भी पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट है उन सब के साथ में लोगों को भी अवेयर करने की जरूरत है कि नदी नालों के नजदीक ना जाए किसी भी तरह की, क्योंकि बहुत सी समस्याएं ऐसी आ जाती है कि अगर एक आदमी या 3 आदमी या 5 आदमी नदी में फंस गए तो उसके लिए बहुत बड़ा रेस्क्यू टीम और बहुत बड़ा सेटअप जो है वो उनको दोबारा क्रिएट करना पड़ता है। तो बहुत सा लोगों को भी ये चाहिए कि किसी भी तरह की ऐसी जगहों पर ना जाएं, कहीं घूमने फिरने के लिए ना जाएं। ऐसी कोशिश करें कि अभी अगर जरूरत नहीं है तो बचें। हालात क्योंकि अभी सही नहीं है, 15 से 20 दिन बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल है। आम जनता को भी अवेयर रहने की जरूरत है और सरकार को भी पूरी कमर कस के अभी जो है वो तैयार होने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि अगर इस तरह से जिस तरह से अभी चल रहा है, अगर इस तरह से चलता रहा तो सरकार को ये बात बिल्कुल देखना पड़ेगा कि जैसे पिछले 3 साल पहले हुआ था कि हिमाचल जो है वो बहुत बड़ा ऐसा एरिया है जो पहले भी खराब हो चुका है और दोबारा आपको ऐसी स्थिति लगातार चल रही है। आपने देखा होगा आईआईटी रोपड़ ने एक रिपोर्ट दी थी जिसमें यह कहा गया था 42% जो हिस्सा है भारत का, हिमाचल का जो 42% हिस्सा है वो धंसने के कगार पर है। क्यों? क्योंकि उसमें भी वैसी ही स्थितियां हैं जैसे उत्तराखंड में आपने देखी थी। अगर आपको याद होगा वैसी स्थितियां बहुत जगह बन रही हैं, बहुत जगह ऐसी दरारें हैं और सिस्मिक प्लेट जो है जितने भी हमारे सिस्मिक जोन 4 और 5 में हम लोग आ रहे हैं। शिमला में ऐसी स्थितियां हैं, इतनी अनप्रिडिक्टेबल जगहें हैं जहां पर इतनी बड़ी बड़ी मैसिव कंस्ट्रक्शन हो रखी हैं, जहां पर बहुत ज्यादा सजग रहने की जरूरत है। हर जगह को पॉइंट आउट करने की जरूरत है। अगर ऐसा लग रहा है कि कहीं से मिट्टी सरक रही है तो गवर्नमेंट को, प्रशासन को बिल्कुल ये बता देना चाहिए कि बिल्कुल हट जाइए उस जगह से। थोड़ा सा उनके लिए शेल्टर्स बनाने की जरूरत है, उन लोगों को अलग करने की जरूरत है। जी विनीत।
All right. Well, the flood has caused substantial damage to developmental projects as well as government and private properties in various locations. The extent of the damage is currently being assessed by the authorities, and the administration staff is actively engaged in relief, rescue, restoration and monitoring efforts at this point in time. So obviously the situation is still very precarious as we speak. The damage of course is one thing, and Anurag, उन लोगों को जिनको अभी भी राहत नहीं पहुंची है या फिर अभी इस पूरी त्रासदी से जो मिसिंग है उनके बारे में कैसे अपडेट्स मिल रहे हैं लोगों को और उनके परिवारजनों को, और सरकार क्या कर रही है, क्या इंतजामात कर रही है उन लोगों के लिए और उनके परिवार वालों के लिए, ताकि आगे जो बारिशें होने वाली हैं उनसे भी उनको राहत मिले?
देखिए, बहुत सी जगहों को ऐसा है कि सरकार ने जितना ऐसी जगहें हैं जहां पर उनको मार्क कर लिया गया है कि अगर उस जगह में कोई अगर रह रहा है तो उनको हटाकर जो है उनको एक अलग सेफ स्थानों पर रखा गया है। हालांकि सुखविंदर सुक्खू सरकार ने यह भी कहा है कि 5,000 रुपए हम उस परिवार को देंगे कि किराए के मकान में शिफ्ट हो जाएं, जब तक ये आपदा का ऐसा समय चल रहा है तब तक जो है वो वहां पर रहें, अपने आप को सेफ महसूस करें। कोशिश करें कि ऐसे स्थानों पर ना रहें जहां पर किसी भी तरह का उनको खतरा लग रहा है। हालांकि सरकार काम कर रही है, परंतु काम करना उस वक्त जरूरी है जब टाइम पे हो। आज की डेट में मैं आपको बताऊं, आज दीवारों की रीइंफोर्समेंट को स्ट्रांग करने के लिए आज भी काम चल रहा है। बरसात के दिनों में 3-3 मीटर के डॉबल्स जो है वो अंदर डाले जा रहे हैं। आप बताइए, जिस जगह में ऑलरेडी नरम मिट्टी है उस जगह में ऑलरेडी आज भी वो वाला काम कर रहे हैं जो बरसात के सीजन में बिल्कुल निषेध है। उसके बावजूद, क्योंकि जब भी आप किसी जगह को पंचर करोगे तो पंचर जगह होने पर पानी घुस जाएगा, जब पानी घुस जाएगा तो वहां से लैंडस्लाइड होंगे। उस तरह की चीजों को बचने की अभी आवश्यकता है। सरकार को भी कुछ स्ट्रांग स्टेप देने की जरूरत है कि जहां पर उनको ऐसा लग रहा है कि कहीं इस तरह की समस्याएं हो सकती हैं, उनको वहां से दूर किया जाए, अभी उन कामों को रोका जाए, ताकि आम जनता जो है वो कम से कम थोड़ा सा तो सेफ फील करे। क्योंकि अभी फिलहाल स्थिति ऐसी है कि आम जनता बहुत डरी हुई है। क्योंकि सबसे बड़ी बात, ना तो पानी की समस्या पूरी नहीं हो पा रही है। पानी की आपने देखा होगा कि 249 जो योजनाएं जो है वो अभी तक बंद पड़ी हैं। बहुत सा ऐसा एरिया है जहां पर लाइट की आपूर्ति नहीं है, उनको अंधेरे में रहना पड़ रहा है। वो रात को डर डर कर जो है वो वहां पर गुजार रहे हैं कि पता नहीं कब पीछे से पानी आ जाए और हम क्या करेंगे। क्योंकि परिवार बच्चों को लेकर लोगों की इनसिक्योरिटीज बहुत बड़ी हुई है। कोई भी ऐसा मापदंड जो है वो सरकार कहीं भी ढील ना छोड़े जिसकी वजह से ऐसा लगे कि अगर यहाँ पर आपदा हो सकती है। क्योंकि मंडी, कुल्लू और मनाली, ये चंबा, ये ऐसी जगहें हैं जहां पर बहुत ज्यादा ध्यान देने की जरूरत है, बहुत सतर्कता की जरूरत है, जहां पर आम जनता जो है वो कभी किसी भी समस्या के लिए वो आहत हो सकती है। क्योंकि जिस तरह के क्लाउड बर्स्ट हो रहे हैं, उन क्लाउड बर्स्ट को देखकर ऐसा लग रहा है कि अभी बहुत ज्यादा सचेत रहने की जरूरत है। पूरे हिमाचल में कहीं भी आप बात करें, हर जगह में हमने इतने बड़े लैंड लेवल पर जो है वो कभी भी क्लाउड बर्स्ट होते हुए नहीं देखे थे जो इस साल देख रहे हैं। तो इसलिए बहुत अवेयर रहने की जरूरत है और सरकार को भी जो है वो पूरे कड़े सतर्क लेकर अपने सारे डिप्लॉयमेंट पूरी प्रॉपरली करनी पड़ेगी, तभी जाकर हम इस आपदा से बाहर आ पाएंगे। जी विनीत।
अनुराग, अब बने रहिए हमारे साथ. The slide, in fact, scarred districts of Chamba, Kullu, Mandi and Una are among the worst hit areas. Local officials are giving warnings that many interior routes remain unreachable for repairs. 95 fatalities are linked to rain-triggered landslides, flash floods and collapsing homes as well, is what we are learning. And a landslide had occurred in Dadki, Shimla. In the shocking development, rocks fell on a moving car, leaving one person dead and 2 injured. The car fell straight into a ditch and the injured have been rushed to a nearby hospital for treatment. Local administration and police have reached the spot as well. अनुराग, क्या जानकारी मिल सकती है इस लैंडस्लाइड के बारे में?
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात, वो वहां पर जो था वो एक जेसीबी जो थी वो सफाई का काम कर रही थी। जेसीबी मशीन थी बाकायदा जिसको सफाई का काम कर रही थी, उसके ऊपर जो है मलबा आया। मलबे की धक्के की वजह से जेसीबी पलटती हुई कम से कम 1000 फीट नीचे जो है वो खाई में गई। अगर आपने वो तस्वीरें देखी हो, बहुत भयावह तस्वीरें हैं। लगातार रोल करती हुई वो 1000 फुट नीचे जो है वो जेसीबी मशीन, बहुत बड़ी जेसीबी मशीन होती है, कम से कम 25 से 30 फुट बड़ा एक पीस जो है वो पूरा का पूरा उड़ जाए किसी एक धक्के की वजह से। और उसमें एक आदमी की जो ड्राइवर था उसको बहुत कोशिश की गई बचाने की, परंतु बचा नहीं पाए क्योंकि वो इतनी दूर इंटीरियर इलाका था। क्योंकि हिमाचल में जो स्थितियां हैं, हिमाचल, आप अगर दिल्ली की बात करें, दिल्ली में 40 से 50 किलोमीटर 1 घंटे में तय किया जाता है, परंतु अगर हिमाचल की बात करें तो कम से कम 6 से 7 घंटे जो है वो हिमाचल में लगते हैं एक 40 किलोमीटर के पैच को पूरा करने के लिए। तो वो जो स्थिति जहां पर आप बात कर रहे हैं, वहां से आईजीएमसी शिमला तक लाना जो है, क्योंकि सुविधाओं का भी बड़ा टोटा है। बहुत से अस्पताल ऐसे हैं जहां पर केवल एक बीएमओ बैठा है, एक उसके साथ में कंपाउंडर बैठा है। जिस तरह की सुविधाएं होनी चाहिए वो नहीं है। हेल्थ के इश्यूज बहुत ज्यादा हैं। बहुत से हॉस्पिटल्स ऐसे हैं जहां पर तैनाती होनी चाहिए थी पर नहीं है। उस वजह से जिस आदमी की जान बचाई जा सकती थी उसको बचाने के लिए आप आईजीएमसी अगर लाया जाए और उसके लिए 6 घंटे लग रहे हो तो वो आदमी नहीं बच पाएगा। यही स्थितियां बनी हुई है, यही समस्या है। आज भी अगर हम बात करें, बहुत से लोगों को ढूंढा जा रहा है, सर्च टीम लगी हुई है, डे नाइट सर्च टीम लगी हुई है, परंतु बात यह है कि इतने बड़े मलबे से अगर आपने जेसीबी चाहिए, डिप्लॉयमेंट मशीनरी, उतनी हैवी मशीनरी चाहिए ताकि हम ढूंढ सकें। अब बात यही है कि ढूंढना बहुत मुश्किल है क्योंकि मलबा, लाखों टन मलबा जो है वो दबा हुआ है जिसके नीचे लोग दबे हुए हैं, या बह गए हैं, या बाढ़ में, बारिश में जो है वो पता नहीं है कहाँ है। इस तरह की समस्याएं लगातार बनी हुई है हिमाचल में, जिसकी वजह से अभी स्थितियां जो है वो कोई ज्यादा अच्छी नहीं है। अभी भी हम इंतजार में हैं कि पता नहीं कब जो दोबारा बारिश आ जाएगी और क्या स्थितियां उत्पन्न हो जाएगी। जी विनीत।
Time, unfortunately. We're going to dip into a short break now, but we'll continue to monitor the situation as it unfolds. Be right back.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूँ, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
Former JDS MP and grandson of HD Devegowda, Prajwal Revanna, has been sentenced to life imprisonment. The political leader has been convicted for raping his house help and was served the highest possible quantum of sentence. The charges included rape, sexual harassment, voyeurism and criminal intimidation. In total, there have been 4 cases of sexual abuse and rape cases registered against him. Revanna broke down in the courtroom as the verdict was pronounced. The case came to light in April 2024, where a large number of pen drives allegedly containing sex videos of Prajwal Revanna started making the rounds. The question now is, Revanna has the option to appeal in higher courts, but is it endgame for the rape-convicted political leader? Joining us now is Brinda DK, activist. We also have Sanjay Sahai, former Karnataka ADGP, live with us. Shamshavi Shrine, Supreme Court lawyers joining us live. Ashwini Dubey, AOR Supreme Court, is also with us on the broadcast. Let me make a start with you first, Brinda DK. What do you make of this conviction and pronouncement of quantum of sentence, the highest being life imprisonment, that has been handed over to him now?
I'm very happy, and I'm sure many other women across Karnataka and India would be very happy also. because this is the first of the 4 cases. It is a trailblazer and a precedent, because we all know that this perpetrator, this rapist, not only a powerful person, but politically well connected. And for many, many decades, these things have been happening in Hassan Mandya, and people, whispers were heard, but nobody came forward to make the complaint. The House Help has come forward to make the complaint. That also means that the Karnataka police have done a fabulous job extending protection to the victim and the survivor, and ensuring that she and her family are safe and also the others are safe. It's not the end of the road. We still have a long way to go, but the court has put its foot down, and our faith in the judiciary, in the police, in the prosecution is restored again, that no matter how powerful you are, if there are people with courage, if there are officials with courage who want to follow the law, put down their foot and not get towed down with any of the intimidation or threats that come, justice will be served and the perpetrator will be brought to justice. And that is the message that has come across very strongly today. And I think we are very happy. I do hope that some things like similar such cases, the judges will give similar verdicts and judgments.
Do you believe an example case was made of this one, Brinda Dige, from the fast track trial that we've seen happen over the period of the last 1 year? I think April 2024 roughly is when the allegations first came to light in the Lok Sabha elections at that time, in which interestingly this individual was contesting. Also, the quantum pronounced as well. Do you believe this has really become an example case then, Karnataka? Brinda? Brinda DK, has this become an example case? Okay, I think we've lost her. Shamshavi Shrine, can you hear me? We don't have Shamshavi Shrine either. Okay, Sanjay Sahai, come in here. Sanjay Sahai, highest sentence handed over to Prajwal Revanna today. What do you make of the quantum pronounced today? And do you also believe this has become an example case there in Karnataka?
There's some issue with your voice.
Your voice we can't hear.
Sanjay Sahai, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
I was asking you about the quantum, sir. What do you make of it? The highest?
The quantum of punishment is the maximum that could have been awarded. And the backdrop of this whole case is very, very interesting. And it is certainly a trailblazer, as Brinda was talking about. It is a one of its kind case where I generally talk about reign of sex terror. It was a reign of sex terror which was happening in all the geographical area, and at least 70 survivors have been able to be virtually located or by the digital medium, by the tapes, out of which 4 filed a complaint, 3 for rape and 1 for sexual assault. Now, it is interesting, and it is landmark, or it is a watershed moment in rape cases, and the outcome of it primarily for 2-3 reasons. One is the pace of trial. Second is the use of scientific investigation. I have been told, and it was there in Times of India today, they went to the extent of anatomical comparison of genital features. It is a method which is increasingly used by sleuths across the world in identifying sexual offenses. So this is the level to which technology can take you. And what is most fascinating about this case, and I think on that particular evidence, or those particular evidences, the judge has stamped his seal, is primarily that you have very high-end data-based evidence by Google Maps, by call data records, and lots of metadata which is available on those particular video clippings. Which video clippings, one is that the video has not been doctored, which has been proven by the Forensic Science Laboratory as per the Forensic Science reports. But also with that, the videos also have what we call as a metadata, which will be related to on which camera it has been recorded, which phone it has been recorded, what has been the frame rate, what has been the location. So all these things have added together. So one is the scientific data primarily related to telecommunication, computer vision, recording and the like. Second is an excellent piece of forensic examination. And third, and I will treat it as equally important, is that the victim stood the test of time. And her testimonial was extremely important, and both the instances of rape which has been talked about, I think I can presume that whatever evidence is provided in the court of law was sufficient enough to piece all these things together. It is landmark from the point of view that the SIT delivered on time convincingly. Landmark from another point of view, that a very influential political family, somebody belonging to that, has basically been pinned down legally as per the rule of law by a fair, justified information and by a justified investigation and trial. What is in store? What is in store is that the same SIT has investigated 3 more cases. It is primarily on the same evidence. The methodology remains the same. And the output also, I presume, has been the same and is charge sheeted in the court of law. So as we move further, this has become a template. So this template, if repeated in exactly the same manner, I think all of us can safely presume as to what the result would be like. It is a one of its kind case, and I literally commend the investigating team and the fast-paced judicial process. We have been made to believe once again that things can happen fast and it can be predictable. Only punishment being predictable in a stipulated period of time can be a deterrent and nothing else.
Okay, let me in fact quickly take that to Shamshavi Shrine as well. Shamshavi Shrine, what do you make of the fast track nature of this trial? I mean, just about a year, the case conviction done, quantum handed out as well. Highest quantum handed out to Prajwal Revanna. Do you believe this has really become a test case, an example case there? He may be the high and mighty, may be a former MP, may be the former PM's kin, but the law is the same for everyone.
Yeah, of course. I would really appreciate the judge over there that who was there, who quickly gave a judgment in this matter, and of course the investigating team that they supplied all the documents on time, and within a year we have a judgment in our hand. So yes, these kind of matters actually sets an example in the society wherein people can believe that that they can get justice in the court, and that too on time, and law is always above everyone, be it anyone from any political party, whether you are powerful or you are a sitting MP or a minister or whatever. But these kind of matters keeps on coming in, and when such kind of judgments are delivered, even the lawyers, the investigating officers also feel proud that yes, their hard work has actually got to an end, and the justice has been delivered in the matter. So bravo to the entire investigating team, and of course the AI and the IT team has also done a wonderful job, because as this MP kept on saying, this accused kept on saying that that it is a conspiracy theory and all, but then when the documents came out and the video was actually examined and everything came out, this was easier for them to also tell it to the court that it's not a conspiracy theory, wherein this is a real fact that has actually happened. But it is a sad story here in fact not only here in India, everywhere, that a woman is raped, and just because of lack of documents, the accused, the person is not found guilty in the matter. So I'm glad that this thing has happened, and I hope that in all the rape matters, especially in all the rape matters, judgment are actually delivered on time, and all the evidences are brought to the court, and the main accused, the actual accused, is always sent behind the bars. Thank you.
All right, let me in fact ask you then, Brinda Dige, about what this case really has now set an example for the future as well. Do you believe this is going to be used as a test case for more such cases? It does show that however high and mighty you are, the law does catch up with you. I believe Prajwal Revanna broke down in court today. That is realization of what perhaps he's done, and the fact that, you know, he may be whoever, but if such stringent charges are slapped on him, the conviction will be severe.
Like I mentioned earlier, mentioning again, this is a precedent. A precedent to say that if there is adequate cooperation, collaboration and coordination between the departments and the arms that be, there is possibility for the justice which we read in books, which we are told it must happen like this. And the time frame, like Mr. Sanjay pointed out, the fast track court, the individual officials have to be commended, because these are not new laws that have come. This is not new technology. It has always been there. But utilizing them, facilitating the speedy justice processes has been because all of those officials worked together. Irrespective of, I'm sure there might have been several different kinds of challenges that they might have faced, both as departments as well as individuals. But they stuck their ground, and this is what is the result of what has happened. You say that he broke down in court. Why did he have to break down? Was it the arrogance that he will get away? The impunity with which he has got away for all these many decades? What about the number of women and families he has broken and shattered? Does he have a thought about them? Does he and his family have a thought about them? The minute those videos came out in public fora, women left their homes. Husbands and wives broke off. They were told to get out, leave their family, leave their children. There was one particular woman who said that, how do I stop this? Because somebody said that my son who is in college has got this video on his phone and I'm waiting for him so that I want to tell him don't open it. Can you imagine the trauma, the terror that these women would have gone through? And what this verdict has shown is come out and speak up. It is not women who should be maligned. It should not be these victim survivors. It is the perpetrators. It is the people who take advantage of their positions. It is the people who take advantage of vulnerable people, people pushed into vulnerable corners. The house help. How can, is there any form of consent? Because at some point there was a lot of talk that, it was consensual, these are adult women. Where was this power equation? It's skewed. You are an MP, sitting MP. Your family is first family of Mandya, Mysore, Hassan and that entire area. Where is this consent that you're talking about? So all of this comes into sharp focus over here. So the judgment, yes, is one side, but all of these various issues that women continue to grapple with in various courts when these cases come up, because that is how the defense lawyer portray women coming up making complaints on sexual assault, abuse and rape. All of this now says, women, we have hope. For men and children and trans persons, all of us.
Ashwini Dubey also with us now on the broadcast. Ashwini Dubey, this of course is a quantum of sentence which has been welcomed by others on the panel. What do you make of it? What was your first reaction when it was pronounced? How likely is it when the counts are so severe that life imprisonment is really handed out in these sections? Is this something which is a common occurrence, or have we seen something happen which is not very common today?
No. See, the conviction and the quantum of punishment is based on the punishment provided in the statute. A conviction is always based on the facts and evidence. Means a court finds the accuser guilty of a crime after reviewing credible evidence and establishing that his guilt is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So that evidence shows that the quantum of punishment which has been awarded to the magnitude of the offense committed by the gentleman. See, I see this judgment on two parts. One, nobody is above the law, either a lawmaker, either a person sitting in executive or any other ordinary citizen. Two, the MP-MLA courts are working perfectly, that in a time-bound manner, MP-MLA court where the involvement of a politician or any member of parliament, member of legislative assembly is done, then there are special courts which look into this matter, and a time-bound matter. This has happened. What would happen? He has a right to appeal. Right to appeal provided in the statute. He will go. What decision will be taken by the appellate court? Because we have seen a number of cases, conviction upheld by trial court, high court, always reviewed by the Supreme Court, or sometimes Supreme Court on the conviction. If you see Priyadarshini Mattu case, the court just says, I know that the person is standing in front of me is guilty, but there is no evidence against him. But High Court found him guilty. So that would depend tomorrow. It is very in haste to say what would happen. But yes, as of now, Uday, if we see, there is beyond a reasonable doubt that gentleman has been found guilty. In criminal cases, a conviction requires the prosecution to prove the defendant's guilt to a high standard. It shows that the prosecuting agency, without any fear of the person being so influential, has worked. So that work is commendable. Not only this, the other associated agencies like the forensic science laboratories, other scientific investigation that have also been done. But what we expect, that this judgment should come in each and every case, so that the cases which are languishing for trial, which are languishing for appeals are not being listed. You go to the Allahabad High Court, you will find their appeals filed in 30 years back, but as of now have not come to that situation. People die inside the jail, and then later on it is found that they are guilty or they are not guilty. So there is a need to have an overall infrastructural changes. Law is changed, law is evolving, law is reformative, but at the same time, other associated agencies must also come, that the associated paralegal staff, legal staff, scientific laboratories, they should also reform keeping in view the law. Law was passed in 1860. The Lord Macaulay brought the law, which was until 2024, and now the law ending with the colonial era law. What is the need of that? Would that have to? It has the other courts, the prosecuting agency, that should be modern, reformative. Prakash Singh, Union of India Supreme Court has time and said that the police needs to be reformative. So that reformation is needed. So each and every citizen of this country gets a seat. But this is one. Now, as a defense lawyer, if you'll ask this question, finally the Supreme Court will decide the outcome of this case. We have seen in Baba Ram Rahim case, the time and again he is coming out, and sometimes parole, sometimes furlough, sometimes for certain reasons. So it is not that the law should be abused and misused. It must set a precedent. And I think that after coming into force this new laws, the BNSS and Bharati Sakshi Suraksha Adhiniyam, this is the first case which has set an example that in a time-bound manner, a powerful man has been found guilty for committing rape. Over to you, Uday.
Okay, let me in fact take that to my colleague. Okay, well let's leave it at that. With our guests, we've run out of time. My thanks to all of you for joining us. We are getting another interview now coming in. My colleague in Karnataka, Belly Thomas, has spoken with SPP Ashok Naik. He was special public prosecutor in this case. He's spoken to him after the conviction of MP Prajwal Revanna.
I'm joined by the Special Public Prosecutor Ashok Naik here with me. Sir, the prosecution seems to be very elated right from the conviction and today the quantum of sentence that has been given. Your take on that?
Sir, today the Honorable MP MLA Court, Special Court convicted or passed the quantum of sentence against the accused ex-MP Prajwal Revanna for Section 376 N and K. Life imprisonment was given. Life imprisonment, the interpretation according to law under 376 N and K is that till the last breath. Hence, lifelong he is to be, as per the verdict, in jail. And in addition to that, total taking into all sections, Honorable Court imposed 11,50,000 amount of compensation, the fine amount to the accused, and also ordered out of the 11,50,000 to 11,25,000 to be given to the victim, taking into her condition, because she was a worker. Now she is not in a position to face the public or society. All those taken into consideration. Even she cannot go for a livelihood for working in some other with some others. And anyway, she was given some handsome amount at 11,25,000 as a compensation amount. Apart from this, I am of the personal opinion that she may even get some compensation amount from the DLAC and the Legal Aid Committee also. That possibility is there. Okay.
Okay. Sir, the prosecution has done a meticulous job on presenting the evidence to the court, like, in the way of technical, digital, DNA, and your take on that, sir. Which evidence would have,
There is a very minute investigation carried out by the SIT team, headed by Mr. B.K. Singh, and SP Sumana, SP Seema Latkar, and IO Shobha. All sort of, from all angles, they have collected the evidence. We have adduced in a better way, according to me, before the honorable court, so that we can win the case today. That is the oral evidence. My prime importance to be given to the oral evidence of the victim. Apart from that, corroborative evidence of her relations, and also that expert reports, video, FSL report, DNA report, everything to be able to come to the help of the prosecution to prove the guilt beyond reasonable doubt.
Okay, sir, and a member of parliament has been convicted, and he's been given life imprisonment. And this, do you feel this case is an exemplary, or like should be?
Might be assessed. We also in the morning session we argued with my friend Jagdish that maximum imposement, the punishment to be imposed, because he is the lawmaker. When lawmaker breaks law, then I think the maximum punishment is given. That point also Honorable High Court, our court, trial court, considered and imposed maximum punishment.
Okay, so what is
a strong lesson to the legislators?
Okay. So further than that, like what can like the accused go, the convict can challenge the.
He can approach the High Court.
Okay, fine. So that was the special public prosecutor Ashok Naik talking about the sentence granted to the expelled MP Prajwal Revanna in the sexual assault case in Bengaluru. With camera person Pawan, this is Billy Thomas for NewsX, Bengaluru.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
दीप्ति अरोरा जी सिर्फ 38 साल की उम्र में एक बीमारी से चली गई। उनके टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस के पैसे उनके बच्चे की पढ़ाई में काम आ सकते हैं। पॉलिसी बाजार ने क्लेम के वक्त फैमिली का पूरा साथ दिया। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 2 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 700 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
ये रोशनी का सफर दिलचस्प है, दिलचस्प है।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं।
ये रोशनी का सफर
अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
मुरली जी के फादर का कैंसर का इलाज 3 साल चला। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने उनके इलाज का 1 करोड़ का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। बीमारी में हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस ही काम आएगा। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 360 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
Alright, welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet. Well, the Janaza Gab or funeral in absentia of Tahir Habib was held recently in Khaigala, a village in Rawalkot, Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Well, Tahir was one of the 3 terrorists neutralized in Operation Mahadev conducted last week by Indian security forces in Srinagar. He had been a category A wanted terrorist linked to the Pahalgam terror attack on the 22nd of April, which claimed the lives of 26 innocent civilians. Videos and pictures show the elderly of Khaigala in Rawalkot gathered for the funeral. But the funeral took an unexpected turn when local Lashkar-e-Taiba commander Rizwan Hanif tried to be a part of it. Tahir's family explicitly barred Lashkar members from attending the funeral, but Hanif insisted, leading to a confrontation. And according to sources, Lashkar operatives threatened mourners with guns, sparking outrage amongst villagers. The bottom line is, well, Pakistan's involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack is undeniable now. We'll talk about this and a lot more with our guests joining us on the program. Ambassador Bhaswati Mukherjee, former diplomat, with us on the program. Major General Sudhakar Ji, senior geopolitical and strategic defense expert, joins us too. Mr. Adit Kothari, foreign affairs expert, with us on the program here as well. Last but by no means the least, Mr. Sumit Peer, senior political commentator on the program as well. Sumit Peer, I'll begin with you. Well, we have always known it, you have always known it, the government knows it, the people of Kashmir on this side know it. It's very, very evident that the Americans also know it, but this seems to be some sort of a sham, I can call it that, Sumit, for a lack of a better word, that the Western civilization has bought into when it comes to Pakistan. If you look at how deceptive and rudimentary this country is in terms of its terrorist roots, it's pretty evident that India can show this visual as well to convince the UNSC of Pakistan's involvement.
Vinay, thank you very much for having me on your channel. First of all, beautiful question, you have summed it beautifully. I have to thank my armed forces for conducting a beautiful Operation Mahadev, and by the grace of God, will give them so many opportunities of Gahib, so they can hire a Molvi, they can float a tender. We are going to give them so many opportunities. You know, let them float a tender, let them fix the rate. Right? थोड़ा प्राइस ऊपर नीचे होता है ना, so that they can just send an invitation, okay, Janaz guy, Maulvi ji come will and then do it. Because now after Operation Sindoor, we have told Pakistan, we are going to hit you and we'll keep on hitting you. And for their good friend and the buddy who wanted to do all the oil deals with them, Donald John Trump, he must look into it. He must say what his good friends in Pakistan are doing. You must try which ceasefire he tried to broker. And incidentally, I was looking for what it did. They should have even invited the Pakistani ambassador to, sorry, American ambassador to Pakistan to be a part of that grand ceremony, so that Americans could get a first-hand account how this Janaz se Ghaib or Ghalib is done, whatever you call it. So how it is done. So it has been a good moment. I think it's a wake-up call. People know what has been happening. People know what it is doing. I think it's a testimony to our successful Operation Sindoor and then Operation Mahadev. It's a great congratulations to our people, because we have to, this is how it will be done. Vineet, I've been very categoric. जब तक वहां जनाजा नहीं उठेगा तब तक यहाँ शांति नहीं होगी. And these janazas should be picked up from Rawalpindi, from Punjab, and these Fojis, their janazas have to come up, not these disposable jihadis. Okay, they are a good catch, but ultimately it has to go to that level. And for United States of America, they should still wake up and smell coffee. I want to talk to Mr. Donald Trump. Look, sir, you have been very talking gung-ho about Pakistan, India buying Pakistani oil, India is a dead economy, and some of your, chela chapatas here have been echoing your voice. But my thing is, why don't you open 6 months visa on arrival for Pakistanis? They're your best buddies, best trade partners. Open, I dare you, open 6 months visa on arrival for Pakistanis. Then your America will be turned upside down. Why you issued a level 3 advisory for Americans to go to Pakistan? They're your best buddies. You're going to find petrol together. We are going to change revolutionize the world. This is hypocrisy, but India has said its stance very clear. We are going to hit you as and when it takes. That is why I was advising Pakistanis, float a tender, get a rate contract done, so that next time there is not enough of a problem. You will always have these Maulvis who can come and do it, because this is not going to stop till the time Pakistan is not broken into 4 parts. We have to break them into 4 parts, and we have to let world know. No dossier, no detail, direct deal na seedha upar. That is how it has to be done, and that is how it will be done. Let John Donald Trump or anybody, whoever is listening to it, let anybody and everybody is listening. Next time, these Pakistanis are requested to even invite the American ambassador in Pakistan for this grand ceremony, so that he can send a first-hand report, an audio-visual report to his bosses in Washington, D.C. and tell them what kind of a great ceasefire you have brokered.
Ambassador Mukherjee, is there going to be further deniability now from Pakistan? Or do you think that, the second corroboration has more or less, nailed India's stance when it comes to Pakistan being the harborer as well as the curator of terrorist activities throughout the world?
Pakistan will continue to deny it till doomsday. If you remember, in the case of Ajmal Kasab, his parents used to ring up from Lahore to ask about their son. But still the Pakistanis denied, and when he was hanged, they refused to take back his body. So this video and the photos which have come in are absolute damning evidence that there is a clear Pakistani establishment and Pakistani army hand in what happened in Pahalgam. But the point is that Pakistan will continue to deny it. But it will be difficult for Pakistan's friends, including its friends in the West, and of course China will support Pakistan. But in the West, it will start raising eyebrows and many questions, because in the West, they are sensitive to these kind of videos. The fact that the LET Lashkar-e-Taiba guys tried to barge into a private funeral by family, it also demonstrates that the locals are not in favor of their kids getting into the clutches of LET. That is also very interesting, that they wanted a private funeral. The other issue here is that Operation Mahadev was important for closure, for the mourning of the relatives of the victims of Pahalgam. They needed Operation Mahadev, and so did the country, because we were all waiting to be informed that those who perpetrated these massacres have been eliminated. So that was very important for us. I agree that there are much bigger fish to fry,
which I'm sure we will do in our own time. But this was very important. After Operation Sindoor, Operation Mahadev at least closed one chapter for the families of the victims. The other issue here is that we have been providing evidence systematically to our allies in the West and to the United States about Pakistani involvement in terrorist activities, heinous terrorist attacks directed at India. Despite that, they have been very slow in responding. If India had been in a similar position, they would have condemned us immediately, straight away, without any hesitation. So at least with this damning evidence, we would be able to tell our Western interlocutors, as well as the UN, because it's against international law what happened in Pahalgam, that Pakistan, thankfully, its chairmanship of the UN Security Council ended on 31st of July. So at least one nuisance is over for us. But we need to take it up at every level, and we need to disseminate it through social media and through our own media, through our diplomats, through our interlocutors in the West, etc., to organizations and entities which are very sensitive on these issues, like the Human Rights Council, like the French Assemblée Nationale, organizations, European Parliament, organizations which are particularly sensitive to these kind of issues. We need to disseminate it so that people understand that Pakistan, until it is broken up into four pieces, is a country harboring terror. It is the harbinger of terror. The Americans are most welcome to go and get shot down in Balochistan, which has already told United States that Balochistan is an independent country which is under foreign occupation. That's how the Balochis reacted to President Trump telling us to buy Pakistani oil. They're most welcome to go and try. It's not an issue for us. But we have to keep at it and keep chasing these guys until they understand that any major terrorist attack on India will be treated, as PM said, as an act of war. Beneath.
General Sudhakarji, what does this also tell you about POK, where a lot of this training and indoctrination has been going on unabated for the past few decades?
Yeah, Vinit, good evening. Thank you for getting me to your show, and compliments to very distinguished and eminent panelists. They deserve to have the last say on the subject. First and foremost, I wish to compliment NewsX to pick up such themes and flag the issue. It makes a lot of difference because we do not have a formal structure of information warfare. Information warfare primarily should be based on the truth. And there are far and few agencies who actually highlight the truth. And I think NewsX is doing an excellent job. As regards the question which you have asked, I think the time has come. Short and sweet answer to your question is, it's about time that the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir needs to be taken back at the earliest. I do understand, not by a military operation, but by a non-military operation. It's happening. It's happening in an incremental manner. But the fact remains that it is radicalized, it is polarized, it doesn't have any democratic institution. There is no machinery, administrative machinery existing. The grievances of the people are not, leave alone being addressed, they are not being heard. The people's representative are not there. And the basic entitlements which they rightfully should be having access to, of water or fresh air or the employment opportunities or the products of their own region, are not being provided to them. It's being denied to them. So now this is one part which has actually got highlighted. This is very interesting. In fact, I didn't know this particular terminology, that it is happening in absentia of the deceased. There are many such things which will happen, and we need to actually highlight the truth. And the truth in this is that no matter how long the global powers try to take sides of Pakistan, mindful of the fact what the truth is, I'm only fearing that 9/11 kind of a thing should not be happening once again to one of these global powers in very immediate future if they don't actually call out the truth and be on the side of the truth. Having said this, when you talk about the Pakistan occupied Jammu Kashmir, there are more than, I'm told, the latest figure I have is 26 places, out of which I think we have counted good numbers. We let them go this time. Maybe next time when the opportunity comes, the Operation Sindoor is on. Let's see how far we go. I was just reading a book in relation to your question. Four brotherhood. There is a thing called as which is opened up in Bangladesh, four brotherhood. One is being led by Taliban, another is being headed by the ISI, the third one is being headed by some agency of Pakistan. They're actually, pumping in money to Bangladesh, playing a big role. They want to shift the epicenter of what is happening in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir to Bangladesh and open up a new front for India. This is happening under the leadership of China. China, Bangladesh and Pakistan want to form a kind of a devil triangle. So India has to remain very careful, calibrate all its response metrics. Now the time has come, Vinit, if you allow me, I would like to suggest through your channel. I think we have done well as far as Op Sindoor is concerned. It's a landmark. It's a very high-end kind of an operation, successful conduct of an operation in 21st century with standoff mechanism. But we need to now look at, preventing the occurrence or launching of these people from across, be it in the enemy territory or elsewhere. We need to neutralize these people. Our intelligence has to be so accurate, and we need to actually, bring all the platforms together, surveillance platform, reconnaissance platform, intelligence platform, all of them together. We understand that the RAW has done a commendable job. Our diplomats are doing, they're fabulous. They're second to none in the world. And there are multiple agencies who are working round the clock. We need to actually make it happen so that we preempt the launching of these people, and the tap of water of terrorism which is flowing from Rawalpindi must be closed and shut permanently. That will happen only if the chief of the Pakistan army.
You're absolutely right, sir. You're absolutely right, sir. And in fact, let me also rope in Adit Kothari into this conversation. Adit, how about sending this recent report about Pakistan's involvement and patronage to terrorism to Donald Trump, who's got big ambitions for Pakistan, including developing their oil reserves?
So, Vinith, when we talk about the West, and we would have imagined that something like a 9/11 or a 7/7 bombings in London would have been a wake-up call for the Western democracies. But it turns out no. There is a good reason why, they haven't woken up to the epicenter of terrorism, which is Pakistan. Because ultimately, Pakistan is the creation of the Anglo-American enterprise. Without their existence, without their help and aid, Pakistan would have never been able to be established where it is today. So that is what explains the clear blind spot and the mindless blind spot from the Western democracies, which is why, Donald Trump and the Keir Starmers of the world will continue to provide patronage and, intellectual cover fire to the Pakistani establishment. But we have to look at deeper to what Major General Sudhakarji just pointed out, that we have to bring in platforms together in India to be able to combat this menace better. There was a report that came out just after the Pahalgam attacks that the satellite imagery from the Pahalgam area was in high demand with Maxar, which is the satellite firm. When Business Systems Intelligence, which is a Pakistani firm which is owned by a individual called Ubaidullah Syed, when they became part of Maxar, when they officially became part of Maxar, the search for the Pahalgam area was seen. This is something that should have been picked up by our agencies, and we should have been able to dwindle down into the point that there is something which is brewing up in Pakistan, which is pointing towards a terror attack or an imminent terror attack in India. So those platforms need to be conjoined, and we need to be prepared, because the Western democracies will continue to provide that sort of cover fire to Pakistan. There is no doubt that they are hands in glove with it. M4s were used as part of the attacks here. Major General Sudhakar ji will probably concur with me that M4 is probably a standard issue to the Pakistani army. So the Pakistani army involvement is clear as daylight. When Pathankot happened, we gave them unprecedented access to the Pathankot air bases, to the ISI and to the Pakistani counterparts. What did that yield? Nothing. So when they talk about, giving us evidence and giving us more evidence and more dossiers, we have gone through those exercises time and time again, from 26/11 to Pathankot to number of other incidents prior to that. Everybody knows about the asymmetrical warfare, which is a part of a stated, calibrated policy of the Pakistani establishment. This is not hidden. From the 1970s, they wanted to bleed India with 1,000 cuts, and they have been doing it. I think the time has come that, India also needs to adopt asymmetrical warfare as part of its strategy to create a countermeasure to Pakistani narrative. Vineet.
All right. Concluding thoughts from everyone, starting with Sumit Peer. Sumit, what do you think India's next step should be, especially when it comes to, diplomatic outreach?
I think our diplomacy has been fantastic, were more than fantastic. You are expecting them to do a better 10 out of 10. Well, I don't know how much that is possible. But the thing is that, what I call as military diplomacy, one hand is military, another hand is diplomacy. Ye samajh nahi aata, this is always ready. Now, when I look at the formation of two battalions, and particularly Rudra and Bhairava, I think when I look at the formation of them, they're exactly meant to do what an army is supposed to do and would be doing in the future. Because what I have read about them, I think these people can do operations across LOC and across LAC if required, and they can be preventive in nature, quick deployment, combined units, battle hardened. This is the only way to counter this jihad, and I think this video, this footage should be sent personally to the press secretary of United States of America and to the chief of the staff of the White House, and even to Marco Rubio, if you can, and tell him this is what happened for what's happening in your best buddy Pakistan's backyard. They're doing this janaza, ghaib or whatever. This is what we did. We killed a terrorist and a janaza is happening there. So if you could have your valued comments, and we'll be very pleased if the American press secretary in her tomorrow morning's briefings could have 1 or 2 sentences on this. How do they see the next cooperation building up in Pakistan, and how can this help them to find more oil?
All right, Ambassador Mukherjee.
We must have shared this immediately with the Americans. That's standard operating procedure, because we have intelligence sharing. Whether they acknowledge it publicly or not, they will certainly reflect on it, because they have very smart people out there, the intelligence agencies, who are fully aware of the dangers posed to American interests. Because let's not forget that the Iranian president was given a warm welcome in Pakistan. They've been very quick to reassure the Chinese. So if that is not called being completely what you call in the 400 BC type of politics, what is it? You are asking India to buy oil from these people, or what are you going to get from them? Nothing. You're not going to get anything from them. But you are alienating a most important strategic partner who is going to host your Quad summit for you in September. So I think it's a wake-up call for the Americans, this janaza or whatever it's called, which is, I presume, a funeral in absentia. They're most welcome to pick up the bodies. In fact, each time we kill a Pakistani terrorist, we treat the body with respect. We are not like them, and we contact through our own channels of communication, the Pakistanis on the other side, or through our DGMOs. When we say that you can pick up at the border the body of your terrorist, and you can bury him with honor if you wish to do so, and they immediately say, he doesn't belong to us, he's not a Pakistani, he's a local, he's doing this because he's fed up with Indian rule in Kashmir, etc. That's standard operating procedure. They actually found it extremely difficult to deny, the citizenship of Ajmal Kasab, because it was Ajmal Kasab himself who kept saying who he was, and they kept saying this is being done under a torture from the Indian authorities. But still, I think that this is a very good step forward, and we will keep at it. And as Sumit pointed out in a rather bloodthirsty manner, though I do agree with him, we should continue with these activities, perhaps without articulating them so brilliantly on national television. But we should continue with these activities so that the threat perception on our side is lowered, particularly in the summer months before the rains set in and before winter. That is the vulnerable period when they try to push people across. It has come down, I must say, in recent months, but that is because of sustained pressure and the lessons from Operation Sindoor, which led to their DGMO suing for peace with our DGMO, not Trump, but their DGMO. Beneath.
All right, okay. General Sudhakarji, quickly, sir, 30 seconds.
First and foremost, when it comes to anything happening towards Pakistan, generally every Indian gets fixated with Pakistan. Security being a very, very large canvas, we need to look towards the other side, what is happening in Bangladesh. And particularly, there is a meeting which took place on 18th of June at Kunming. China, led by China, Bangladesh and Pakistan. This is a new front getting collaborated on the names of trade and investment. Soon it is going to have military alliance. So therefore I call it as a devil triangle. India should be very careful. Second, there is a map of Greater Dhaka or Greater Bangladesh, which is floating around. India should not ignore it as a nonsense. It is a very serious thing. We need to calibrate our approach, take it up seriously. Third, the Siliguri corridor is becoming more sensitive. We need to look at it. Fourth is that there is a optical fiber which has been laid between the headquarters of Western Theatre of China and that of Rawalpindi. This is facilitating a particular thing called as network centric. Network centric means even a soldier on the ground, he is getting connected to the satellite on top. Pakistan may not have one, but the satellite of China, and that satellite is providing information about the potential target and the engagement by our projectiles or the enemy's projectile, and giving mid-course correction till the terminal engagement.
All
so
right,
this
sir.
is a very high advanced
All right.
kind of a thing which China has exported.
All right, sir.
Developed.
Adit, quickly, 10 seconds to you, Adit, and then we have to wrap up.
We spoke about the blind spot for the world, which is Pakistan. I think Major General Sudhakarji correctly pointed out that Bangladesh is a blind spot for India. I mean, because I come from West Bengal, I can tell you that we are the first casualties of whatever transpires in West Bengal. I have in fact written this article today for the Sunday Guardian. Vineet, I'm going to share this with you, and you should also read that.
Thanks you so much. Please do share that with me. Appreciate everybody who joined us and weighed in on this very important development for India, which can be leveraged to our advantage. We take a short break now. Be right back.
दीप्ति अरोरा जी सिर्फ 38 साल की उम्र में एक बीमारी से चली गई। उनके टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस के पैसे उनके बच्चे की पढ़ाई में काम आ सकते हैं। पॉलिसी बाजार ने क्लेम के वक्त फैमिली का पूरा साथ दिया। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 2 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 700 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
ये रोशनी का सफर दिलचस्प है, दिलचस्प है।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं।
ये रोशनी का सफर
अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report. Its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report. Its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report. Its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second.
Welcome back. Well, hours after a teenager from Odisha died of severe burn injuries at AIIMS Delhi, new developments have added a twist to the Puri Balanga minor burn case. Initially, 3 men were believed to have set the victim on fire, but the police has now claimed that no other person was involved, and the victim's father has released a video claiming she ended her life due to mental distress. The girl was admitted to AIIMS Bhubaneswar with 75% burn injuries on the 19th of July and airlifted to AIIMS Delhi later that day. Despite all efforts by the government and medical specialists, her life could not be saved, as confirmed by Chief Minister Mohan Maji. Minutes later, the Odisha police stated that their investigation into the burn case had reached its final stage. And according to the investigation conducted thus far, no other person was involved without clarifying how the girl was set on fire. But eyewitnesses claim 3 men were involved in the crime, adding that locals rushed the girl to the hospital. What led to the victim's death? Was it self-inflicted under duress, or was it foul play? That's exactly what we are going to try and figure out and perhaps even discuss with our guests. Shamshavish Rain, lawyer, Supreme Court, with us on the program. Vrinda Adige, activist, is also joining us on the program. Dr. P.S.V. Rao, consultant surgeon, with us on the show as well. Vrinda ji, I'll begin with you. I hope you can hear me. Vrinda ji?
Yes, I can.
All right. What is your first impression of what's happened over here? You know, very often, more than not, we speak about such violations and people being put through profound amounts of pain, and this is just another case where at least the background is very, very murky at this point in time.
You're absolutely right, the word murky, and this is a classic case of gender-based violence. The 3 witnesses who claimed that there were 3 men involved, and this girl was walking on the street and doused with whatever petrol or diesel or whatever it is and set on fire. So we are looking at a public space, a street where there are some people who are there. Now, often we know that witnesses don't come forward in most of the cases in India because of the tedious, cumbersome processes that witnesses have to go through as a result of trying to add evidence to that case, which means it is the job of the police to go and assure that not only the forensic evidence that must come into place, but also who those witnesses are, along with the prosecution and the judiciary to say that you have to come only one day, finish your witness and go. What the father is saying probably maybe because somebody has intimidated and threatened the person, because mental illness, mental ailment, depression, all of these things now have become just passé to name it for women and say she was going through something. So she went all the way there onto that particular spot on the street and did something like this is unbelievable. I can't wrap my head around something like that. She could have done this somewhere else, but she did it there. And we need to give credibility to the eyewitness who are speaking. We must tell the police, don't give us excuses that they are not going to come to the police station. But they were eyewitnesses. And that is how the police got their first story also. So putting all this in place, the word murkier is what we need to reiterate. And now we must ask the state, you have to assure these witnesses to come forward.
What is your impression of this, ambivalent matter, if I can call it that, ambiguous matter, if I can call it that? Shamshavish?
Yes.
What is your first impression of this ambiguous matter?
I would agree to what Miss Brinda has said, that it's not a 15-year-old girl set herself on fire, and after a few days when the father comes up and says that no one was involved in the matter and she was mental ill and all, that is something that brings some suspicious in the mind, that it's not easy for a father to come after many days and then tell it to the court. Had it been, it was the fact that she was mentally ill, it would have been the first statement that yes, she was mentally ill, and in fact the neighbors and the relatives of the family also would have made the similar statement. But here it's the father. But let the investigation come up more. And since we have read it in the news that she made her dying declaration also in the hospital in Bhubaneswar as well as here in Delhi. So let that statement come out. Let us see that what she has exactly said. And since a dying declaration also requires signature of the doctor and 2 more witnesses over there, So only then we would be able to know that what exactly is the status. But yes, looking into the fact that she was a educated girl and a 15 years old girl, what was the reason? Why did she? Killed herself? She poured diesel or whatever on herself, and whether it was it was diesel. So how did she get that diesel? Everything comes into the picture, because it's not easy for a 15 years old kid to get, and especially a girl. Had it been a boy, he could make an excuse that I have to refill my scooty or my father's asset, and petrol pump actually give them fuel, stating that he's a boy, he can do all of these things. Since the parents of the kids also, especially boys, they ask the boys to get the fuel. But for a girl, no. So all of that would come under the investigation. And what was her mental state, whether she was harassed in a school or not. I mean, everything has to come up, and what was the exact story, because we have just read bits here and there on the news channel or on the Twitter, but unless and until the complete facts of the case are out, it would be very vague for all of us to speak on it and submit so much on it.
All right, Dr. Rao, in fact, the initial reports that have come out and have been flagged all over the internet is that the girl, her hands were tied. She came running when, a set of neighbors, they saw her, and she confessed to these neighbors that two men, or rather three men, forcibly poured kerosene on her and set her on fire. How can something like this be completely ignored by the police when they say that no other person was involved? It's completely contradictory to the preliminary findings, and it's obviously very, very clear that there are some powers that be that do not want these three gentlemen or these three people, caught up in this crime.
Good evening to everyone. See, forensic science is about figuring out what happened. Now, the forensic science here can help. Now, if she was put on fire and the hands were tied, there will not be burns, there will be marks of the tie. One. Second, if she has, like the police is trying to just palm it off as a suicide, that is the easiest way of palming off anything without doing a thorough investigation. They should be trying to find out from the video of the nearby petrol bunks as to where this fuel was got, who got it. Did the culprits get it? If you really want to investigate, it is possible to investigate and find out. Third, what is the dying declaration, like Shamsharvesh said? This dying declaration is far more important than what the father said or someone else said. It is, and I have been in charge of emergency services in AIMS. I have a very good idea of what all we used to do for these kind of cases. And the dying declaration is a very important document. And if the doctors have also been part of the fudge, then the doctors also need to be pulled up, because you never know who all have been pressurized, who all have been involved in trying to do trying to pass it off as a suicide. So I would, if I was the investigating officer, I would go and try to find out where the fuel was got, whichever it was, petrol, diesel, whatever it was, and use the video camera there to find out who bought it. I would also look at if there are video cameras available, because nowadays you have got video cameras all over India in various places. So there will be a video recording of who tied her and who poured this thing. It was not in the jungle, it was in a street. So all those things should be investigated. So these are all various clues which will lead to it. And if like Brinda said, you can try and find out who those three witnesses were who gave a story earlier. Go and assure them, and then find out if they can identify the people who the culprits involved. Now, the culprits must be quite influential to be able to either corrupt the police or to politically pressurize the police into hiding these matters. And if the police are now trying to say, and the father is trying to say that she had a illness, mental illness, where is the records? You think the school won't have health records? You think the hospital won't have health records? And it is very easy to pass off someone as depressed and suicidal. It is not as simple as that. This needs proper investigation. This is a botch up. This looks like something to attempt to cover up who has actually done this. And we are having too many of these cases around India. Someone being burned, someone being raped, someone being killed. This RG thing, we have still not heard the last of that RG medical affair. Yes.
All right, Mr. Amresh Panda, former Superintendent of Police, is also with us on the broadcast. Amresh Panda, I hope you can hear me. Mr. Panda, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
So, what do you think is going on over here? In fact, the father who later on went to say that his daughter was mentally stressed and distressed also had said earlier that this was a crime and his daughter was put into this position by some criminals and 3 men. The political turmoil of course in Odisha has also heated up, with some people saying that since this is the Deputy Chief Minister's constituency, there seems to be some sort of a cover up that's at display. What do you make of this?
You see, this is the case which occurred in 19 July, and on that morning, what the girl described after rescue, that 3 persons put her fire after putting kerosene on her body, and she came running to a nearby person who rescued her with his wife. So now thing is that whatever she says from the beginning, the police has to believe, and in this case particularly, as it seems, it is purely a blind case. And from the beginning, there was no eyewitness, and the person rescued also not seen any person, any perpetrator of the crime. And the girl, the victim, whatever she says, police has to believe. And as for that, the investigation proceeds. Now you see, so many statements by police personnel taken from the girl, from the victim, and every statement is not resembling. That is very surprise. And thing is that she was taken to AIMS Delhi after 2 days, after the second day, and there also on the last 31st July, a court officer from Rohini court, after it was prayed by the IO, taken the dying declaration at AIMS Delhi, and where she clearly told, and she told in presence of her father. So thing is that it was the perfect dying declaration, because previous statements will not be taken into consideration. So now it was taken only before 2 days, and she died only yesterday. So you have to believe that. In case of absence of any witnesses, eyewitnesses, we have to believe the victim. And the dying declaration was taken in presence of her father. Now her father is telling his statement, and we have to believe that. So thing is that when there is no eyewitness, there is no witness, there is no circumstantial evidence or witness. So in that case, if the investigation is totally based on the statement given by the victim. So this is the thing. And dying declaration in this case, as Dr. Rao said, is the prime facie. That is the only thing. And the matter of surprise is the statement varies. That is, it should not be happen in other cases. So far, it is a very rare case. And in other cases, it is not happening. The same girl, the same victim changes her statement time to time. So that is the difficult thing happened in this case.
Brindaji, what do you make of the angle that perhaps there was money paid to silence the parents?
Completely agree with it. And I would like to also tell the panelist who spoke just before, you need to understand that her first statement was made to the couple who tried to rescue her. She's 95% plus burns. Can you imagine how the brain would be functioning? You expect her statement to be crystal clear every time, going through that pain of 95+% burns on her body? So whatever she remembers at that point of time is what she has told that couple. Now, what is so difficult for the police to actually retrace the steps? And like Mr. Rao pointed out, hundreds, thousands of cameras on all public places, not only by the police, the state, we also have shops and establishments and apartments. So the job of the police, I'm not denying that the dying declaration is an important document, but let us place this on record. The dying declaration came after a couple of days. By then she's in so much pain, in and out, and I don't know how many times you might have witnessed a patient, but I witnessed many such patients. They are in and out of consciousness because there's morphine given to subside that pain. In between that, you're trying to tell her, now recollect how you were burnt. Now if the couple says her hands were tied, would you want to listen to the couple at all or not? And from there, would you want to retrace? Because right now it shows that the father has also been put on a spot. And I know how hospitals, the doctors, including the police and people who come stand near the bedside of a person who we know for sure is going to die in the next 20 minutes or half an hour is told that, anyway, you're going. Why are you going to drag your entire family? They will have to go for the next 20 years. All of this is the state's problem put on that individual and that family. So that apart, we want to still ask the police, you've been trained how to collect forensic and circumstantial evidence. Do that. And then you reach the space of dying declaration. Because you want to listen to what the couple also said or heard from that child, from that minor. Put all of these together because only then we can say that, yes, the police did a thorough job of investigating this crime. Now, both is a crime, no? Suicide is also a crime. According to our law, we can say many things, but suicide is a crime. So both you want to investigate. Don't just palm it off and say, oh, it's a suicide. Because here we know it is the Deputy CM's constituency. He does not want anything bad happening in that place. But your law and order is all in shambles. We are all asking these questions. Odisha has been in the news for quite some time now on gender-based violence on different fronts. So I think it is time that the citizens get to have that confidence that all arms of the state will work in coordination to ensure that culprits are brought to justice, if not a logical conclusion to the case. Okay, this is exactly what it is. The dying declaration adds up to all of these things that have been investigated. Because intimidation, threats, all that is common. You and I know it. And that doesn't mean we should let go of a case because somebody has decided now it is, you can't do anything other than it is suicide. I think it is time for us, 78 years down the line, to say to women that the state is on your side and we will investigate thoroughly without getting into any kind of patronage of silence, of fear or threat.
You're absolutely right, Brindaji. Shamshavish, you concur that this matter, this case reeks of a cover-up?
Yes, of course, I could look into it since when such kind of a matter comes in, it is the police job to start the investigation from the point one where the girl was found, who all brought that girl in the notice to the police station or the hospital. So everything has to be checked, and if that initially a couple made a statement that there were 3 men involved in the matter. So even if the police says that there is no one who is involved in the matter, but these persons should be made a part of the case during the cross examination, because that's a universal thing, that fact will always remain a fact for even after 50 years. Whereas a lie, the statement changes. So if for whatever reason this couple at the time of making a statement in the court makes a false statement that no, she didn't make any such kind of a statement, but when cross examination comes, people always forget about it, that what exactly was the statement that they made. Had it been a truthful statement that they have made in the court, even if you ask it after 20 years, 30 years, the statement would actually never change. So during cross examination, the real facts can actually come out. So yes, it is the job of the investigation team that they should make everyone a party in this case, starting from the person who have informed about it, the father, these of course the IO also is made a party, witness in it. So he also comes and makes a statement here. Then it is the FSL report. So whose body was sent over there? In what condition was it? Everyone are made a party in a case, and then during the cross examination, the facts actually come out. So yes, as the earlier speaker said, that it's not easy that a 15 years old girl goes and pour kerosene on her and just burn her. And yes, in the hospital, many times what happens is that when you are given so many medicines, it's you don't recover that what all things has happened to you. Besides that also, even if it is a small blow on your head, it takes time for you to remember what has happened to you and then who actually did that. So this what happened to this girl, it was in a span of 2 or 3 days only, and she died. So in 3 days, how much did she remembered? What all did she say? So every statement should be kept in mind, and then the trial should start in this matter.
All right. Well, we've run out of time, but appreciate everybody who joined us and shared their perspective on this extremely sensitive matter. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report, its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूँ, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
जब मंगला जी की किडनी का ऑपरेशन हुआ तो पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर 18 लाख रुपए का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। बीमारी में हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस ही काम आएगा। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 360 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
मम्मी, भूख लगी। ये 1 मिनट में नहीं 4 मिनट में आएगा। थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा पर सेहत को पाएगा। NDH सूजी वर्मिसेली पर सबका दिल आएगा।
NDH सूजी वर्मिसेली, सेहत भी स्वाद भी।
ये रोशनी का सफर दिलचस्प है, दिलचस्प है।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं।
ये रोशनी का सफर
अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
दम आलू कैसे बना? और दाल तड़का भी और मशरूम मसाला भी।
बिना MDH मसालों के टेस्टी खाना कैसे बनेगा? MDH दम आलू, दाल तड़का और मशरूम मसाला। MDH से खाना हर बार मजेदार।
मस्त है। सरस छे। उड़ी बाबा।
NDH सदा आपको नए स्वाद देने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है।
MDH।
नितेश श्रीवास्तव जी सिर्फ 35 साल की उम्र में अचानक एक बीमारी से चले गए। उनकी टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस के पैसे बच्चों की पढ़ाई और घर खर्च में काम आ सकते हैं। पॉलिसी बाजार ने क्लेम के वक्त फैमिली का पूरा साथ दिया। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 2 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 700 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
जब जब भूख सताए MDH याद आए, सेहत और न्यूट्रिशन मिले, बॉडी क्या स्ट्रॉन्ग बने। थोड़ा खा के पेट भरे, डाइजेशन को ना दे धोखा। MDH सोयाबीन का चोखा।
MDH सोयाबीन बढ़िया नगेट्स, सोया चूरा और सोया चाप।
MDH सोयाबीन असली प्रोटीन।
MDH
ये रोशनी का सफर दिलचस्प है, दिलचस्प है।
हम सूरज से सिर्फ बिजली नहीं बनाते हैं, खुशहाली को देश के कोने कोने तक भी पहुंचाते हैं।
ये रोशनी का सफर
अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूँ, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Modi made a strong appeal for reviving the spirit of Swadeshi, urging Indians to prioritize locally made products and stand united in the face of growing global economy's uncertainty. Speaking at a public meeting in his Varanasi Lok Sabha constituency, Prime Minister Modi warned that the world economy is entering a phase of instability and unpredictability. This comes after Donald Trump's decision to impose 25% tariffs on exports from nearly 70 countries, including India. Let's also not forget that fact that the US President called India's economy dead completely, discounting the fact that India is the fastest growing economy in the world. Before we start this discussion, take a listen to what the Prime Minister said.
अब हम कौन सी चीजों को खरीदेंगे, कौन से तराजू से तोलेंगे? मेरे भाइयों बहनों, मेरे देशवासियों, अब हम कुछ भी खरीदें तो एक ही तराजू होना चाहिए। हम उन चीजों को खरीदेंगे जिसे बनाने में किसी न किसी भारतीय का पसीना बहा है, और जो चीज भारत के लोगों द्वारा बनी है, भारत के लोगों के कौशल्य से बनी है, भारत के लोगों के पसीने से बनी है, हमारे लिए वह स्वदेशी है। हमें वोकल फॉर लोकल मंत्र को अपनाना होगा।
All right, Ambassador Pradeep Kapoor, a former diplomat, is joining us live from Washington, D.C. Dr. Ajay Dua, former Commerce Secretary, economist, with us on the platform as well. Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya, President of the CDEPR, with us on the platform as well. Mr. Alok Mehta, Editorial Director of India News, also with us on the show. Mr. Alok Mehta, I'll begin with you, sir. Well, obviously, Donald Trump, when he made those comments about India's economy being dead, was acting more out of emotion than, intellect, because it's the furthest thing that you can say from the truth when you call India's economy a dead economy. It's been the fastest growing economy for years now, perhaps even decades now. It is a buoyant economy. Forget about the European Union or South Asian or even the ASEAN countries. India was the first one to in fact come back into that growth mode right after COVID. Something a large part of the world, sir, is still struggling from.
Vinita, I think not myself, but I think our guests from Washington or anybody in Europe or in Asian countries, nobody will accept the allegation. It's like allegation. He says dead economy of India. You see, even if you say experts also from Indian experts and financial experts, I'm not very much expert in finance, but at least as a journalist, as an editor, when I'm following since long, so I can understand how you can talk about it. When 50, even the go for 50 economy of the world, I think India is in a better position. I think GDP, because the population wise and otherwise. But I think that's why I think we should not take seriously the Trump. Basically, what you mentioned about the Prime Minister spoke about it, that we should more encourage indigenous. You see the competition when the United States or any other countries, they are also dominating. You see the multinational companies now in the textile. You see, even when we are exporting textile, now the 25% tariff, what is they are talking or something in pharmaceuticals. But you see consumption. I think I traveled so many times to the United States or Europe, I lived there also. But I think like China, they have their own consumer because of their own population. India, what is happening, the psychology is still psychological. When we are talking on the NewsX, but you see the psychological, if you are in the NewsX, you are from Times of India, you are from Hindustan. But the psyche of the British era is still in the mind. So sometimes it is a foreign goods. Now it's not so much. And that's why I think our textiles now is becoming so best. Either he is speaking from Varanasi. You've seen other things, toys also, he encouraged. So we have to just promote the Indian, which we are exporting. Then ultimately you can counter the Trump. And the economy, you see the Lakpati Didi. I think Vinidhi, channels also, but they should also encourage, and the experts should know that the poor people, tribals, how they are. I visited some Mela in Delhi itself, too. Tribal festival or in the Lakpat Didi Mela in Noida. You see, these kind of people, they are coming with the local goods. And that's why what Prime Minister is saying since long, he's trying his best. But I think the counter to the Trump, we should also encourage Indian goods, which are even in telephone, mobiles, technology, we are already ahead. So I think this is the Swadeshi Jagarman, the old slogan. You are right that they are facing problems. But even if you encourage those people, especially in the state government, the local administration, it depends on those people. You see, that's something. Why Chinese, even Ganesh and Lakshmi used to get from China. So these kind of the craze from foreign, that's why I think it's necessary to counter with the Trump allegation for next few years. But it's not for one. Depending on how we are going to counter in this, again, trade agreement is going on. Still, Piyush Goyal also was told in the parliament that they are still negotiating. I hope the Trump, the reason, I think because of they want that more jet we should purchase from them, or we should depend on them on oil or the defense purpose. So to counter this, what we are exporting, if we have consumption in India itself with the indigenous product, then ultimately you can at least counter those foreign goods. I'm not naming, but I know there's some products in textile also. Now they are a t-shirt. If they are selling in a big way because they have the marketing budget, billions. When people sitting in Bangalore or in Mumbai, they are working for with American companies. And in India also, their products going in the villages also, small towns. That's why I think these kind of, are not only talks, but they should encourage to implement by state and local people. Ultimately, the cooperative movement is also there. So again, the country like India, we need more our own product, and the market is there. This is the only solution for nuclear or something, and we want that we should have more export too. Because you see somebody preparing in Odisha, I talk them, but it is difficult to bring those things online, because from Bhubaneswar or Puri you have to go, and the artists, if they want to sell, is very good product, but it is difficult. Same thing with the agriculture product. In agriculture product also, India, we are just wasting some time because it's not, transportation is not available, or storage was not there. Then the farmer law, they wanted that the more storage will be from private sector. But again, there was opposition of the opposition parties created problem.
Okay.
Rahul Gandhi is still talking about it.
Let's get a view from Washington as well. Just in terms of its distance, but not in terms of its content. Ambassador Kapoor is also joining us at this point in time. Ambassador Kapoor, well, Donald Trump has definitely stirred a nest over here by calling India a dead economy. We are not taking that on our ego, because we know that's not based in fact. But the reality is that this tension that Donald Trump has managed to create between the two countries, it has the potential, to take the relationship back a few years. Do you think that was a healthy thing to happen? And do you think that India, a country which has always taken pride in its resilience, will look at this as an opportunity to go Swadeshi, which eventually is a loss to the Americans?
Thank you, Vineet, for inviting me for this discussion. It's a very important and in many ways a very difficult phase that the US-India relations are going through at this juncture. It is one of the most important relationships in the world for US, for India, and for the world. Now, if certain people do not understand the significance or are trying to sort of detract from that importance and the value it brings, it is very unfortunate. Because for both the countries, it will have quite a bit of impact. But if I were to take a comparative view, sitting here in Washington, with India's GDP almost 6.7%, and US GDP hovering around 2% approximately, the impact on the US will be much more in terms of percentage of GDP drop also. India, it is estimated that the impact on GDP of these tariffs will be about 0.2%. Now, similarly, if it is translated to the US markets, the impact will be a much higher percentage because their growth rate is very, very low. Then, if I look at the overall exports from India to the US, that's about $86.5 billion currently. 20 to $25 billion worth of goods are not impacted. Now, on the US side, it's an aging population. They require a lot of support in terms of renewing aspects of human resource and manpower from India, healthcare professionals, doctors, nurses, IT professionals. So it's a very complementary sort of economies of these two countries, which can, if they work together, India needs the technology. America needs the Indian, manufacturing strengths to rebuild its own strengths. No other country has the possibility to support America the way India can support America at this juncture. In warfare, in terms of the stresses, geostrategic problems, terrorism, the strategic community here, till some time back, was very convinced that the path forward for them lay in a very strong sort of collaboration with India, strong partnership with India. Now, it has taken a turn with this discussion on trade and tariffs. I don't know how long it will last. I don't think it will be for many years. It may be much shorter than that because the Indian diaspora in the US is influential. While Trump has his own thoughts and ideas and way of working and thinking, which may not be to the benefit of the US in the long term, whereas he thinks that whatever he is doing is going to benefit America because that is his primary criteria. But he has to understand that you cannot take on the world as a single country. You cannot make enemies out of different countries at the same time, or different groups of countries or different regions. And you have to understand what are your priorities, what are your threats, which are your bigger threats. Is China a big threat? Is terrorism a big threat? Russia may not be such a big threat, which they have been sort of portraying as a very big threat. But together with India and Russia, if the US were to, sit together and see what are good solutions for reviving also the US economy, I think they will be able to come to a lot more, positive outcomes rather than this sort of path where they arbitrarily. And I have worked a lot on comprehensive economic partnership agreements, free trade agreements, in terms of all our delegations which come from India, from the Commerce Ministry with representatives from other ministries. Now, I have never seen a sort of tariff by tweet or tariff by diktat from the top, that this is the percentage of tariff and this is how we will proceed ahead.
Understood, sir.
Now,
Sir. Let me also get in Dr. Ajay Dua into this conversation. Dr. Dua, what do you look at this statement as? Is it an opportunity that India can leverage, or do you think that it has been frustrating for Donald Trump, despite a number of reminders about tariffs that India imposes on American products, that he had to use this line, he had to toe this line?
Vinay, thank you so much. I'm of the opinion that President Trump's 25% levy, when the discussions are on for signing of a bilateral agreement, and he himself had mentioned barely a week before he actually imposed this, saying we are very close to signing a pact with India. His current reaction is geopolitical in nature entirely. One, he's upset with Russia because he'd expected that President Putin will heed to his advice and kind of call off his invasion or his conflict with Ukraine, which he hasn't done, and he seems to have intensified it. He's upset about that. So to get at Russia, he's revived the sanctions which had been imposed when the Ukraine war had started imposed by the US, because so far he had not talked about this so-called 500% duty on countries which are trading with Russia, a sanction which he calls it now a very poor economy and a sanctioned country. So it is, his reaction is that if you defy me, I'm going to be using trade as a weapon to fix you. And that's the kind of language which is it's being used. So we are seeing this as yet another example, saying India, you are openly saying it in parliament that I did not, or the US did not help close the conflict with Pakistan, the Operation Sindoor, that it had mediated, and you are saying it so openly. I don't like it. Whereas your adversary, Pakistan, is admitting it, nominating me for a Nobel Peace Prize, etc. So it is those kind of things which are bothering him much more. The economic strength or weakness of India. I think that
From let me just interject for a second. Apart from saying that he wants a Nobel Peace Prize for brokering peace amidst a number of countries, he's also parked 2 submarines close to Russia, which are nuclear in nation. So that's the opposite of brokering peace. Anyway, go on, sir.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that has this an origin in what the former President Medvedev had said. He had talked about, and Medvedev, I think, also went beyond his when he said that Russia has semi-automatic nuclear systems, which even if America were to wipe out the entire leadership of Russia, yet Russia would be able to take on the United States because we have automated or semi-automated a nuclear system which will get into action. So he reacted to that. So I think both sides have probably exaggerated the picture. Having said that, let me just quickly come on to what Prime Minister Modi has said in this context, saying without naming the US, and very rightly, we are not blaming the US openly, unlike many other countries, including Canada, which has kind of taken on, the new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, has also taken on the US, and you are seeing the adverse effect of it. The Prime Minister has said, go local. That means use local items as much as you can. To use local skills to produce your items. That is being followed by us for a long time. Mahatma Gandhi had talked about Swadeshi and the village movement. Thereafter, we've been talking about import substitution ever since one can remember, because we are a foreign exchange scarce country. But yes, reminding the country, reminding the consumers, producers, saying use as much local resources as you can is a good kind of a policy, but there are going to be limitations in it. We've seen it. The whole world could talk about going local, but if there are no magnets available and all of them get produced in China, how would you have your EV systems going, windmills going, and including your precision missiles firing? Because they are using the magnets which come from there. So the interdependence between the countries of the world has intensified over the years. The countries are producing, trading according to their comparative advantage. So all that I want to say and emphasize, without really saying that the Prime Minister is not right, is that yes, up to an extent it is possible what Prime Minister has re-advocated, but there are limitations to it, and we would need to be in the international arena for a long time for buying and selling of goods.
Okay, all right. Dr. Bhattacharya, your thoughts on the prevailing situation between the United States and India. But do you think that this is the hyperbolic nature that Donald Trump is so used to dealing with when it comes to getting his own way? He's done this with other countries as well. He started out with this huge number, and then of course after negotiations it has come down. Do you think this is just a tactic that Donald Trump is so accustomed to?
Well, a tactic can be understandable, but the intemperate statements are not understandable. Reminds me of another head of state called Idi Amin of Uganda, who had a specific disease which would let him, which would make him make intemperate statements. So maybe there is some underlying condition that the head of the US administration has.
So you're calling Donald Trump a dictator?
Well, the point is the statements are not statesmanly in that sense. A president of the most powerful nation on this planet is not expected to make such statements. He may negotiate, and that's fully within his sovereign right. He has been elected by the people of America to negotiate on behalf of them. So he can come out with 200% as the tariff rates and then negotiate it down to, let's say, 15% with the European Union. However, the statements he makes is not something which would be under, as Vajpayee ji would say, under Raj Dharm. So it is not really aligned to the status of the president. Having said that, we must understand where our Honorable Prime Minister is coming from, is the fact that the US president has actually had wins. He has been able to get access to very large markets at zero duty, while putting a 15% duty on the imports that he's going to get from, let's say, European Union and some of the other economies with whom he has been able to get a negotiated settlement. However, are these good for EU or the other countries? The answer is clearly no. The Europeans are complaining about it because they have signed off for the next few generations that they will always have zero duty imports from US and will be taxed at 15% for their exports into the US. The other point we need to see, which is actually what the Prime Minister also mentioned, is that when we are talking about Swadeshi, we also need to talk about not just manufacturing, but also conserving some of our vital minerals. The US put a 25% duty on India, but excluded barytes from it, because barytes is very critical for the drilling that the US president and the US economy needs to do to pump out oil from their economy. Now, there's very little barytes all over the world. India is one of the largest barytes deposits, but we are merely exporting that. In the next 6 to 7 years, we'll be finished with barytes. And then we'll be dependent on China and Morocco or the other countries who actually have barytes. So it's an issue of not just consuming made in India, but it's also to conserve the minerals that we have. In fact, Mr. Mehta talked about textiles. There is a huge domestic lobby which is saying, let's open up the upstream of textiles and start importing from China, no matter what the repercussions may be, because our textile industry is suffering. Now, obviously, we have to face a little bit of pain. When US applies a 25% duty, it is not that India is paying 25% duty, it's Americans who are going to pay 25% duty. There will be pain in the US. So they're cutting their nose to spite their face. However, we need to be a little bit more moderate, and but make sure that we ensure that even the upstream of our industries become indigenized. Otherwise, every single downstream will say, let's have free imports from China or from wherever else. In fact, there is no level playing field that we see, because we have put a whole bunch of constraints on our MSMEs. They have to produce as per environmental norms set over here. For example, for man-made fibers, for the viscose, we can't cut trees, but that is allowed in Indonesia and by and others, and that is something we are importing. So if you look at the complete context, we need to have Swadeshi for sure, but also if we sign any agreement with US, it'll have repercussions with all our
Fair enough, sir. We've completely run out of time, but appreciate everybody who joined us and shared their perspective on this evolving situation, if we can call it that. We take a short break now. We'll be right back.
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड।
जब मंगला जी की किडनी का ऑपरेशन हुआ तो पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर 18 लाख रुपए का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। बीमारी में हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस ही काम आएगा। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 360 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें।
Hello and welcome. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on yet another special episode of the Reading List on NewsX. Today we're speaking with the author of Trumpotopia, a book that is a magnum opus of 770 pages. It talks about the personality of the United States President Donald Trump, the culture and politics of the US, and how to engage and negotiate with Trump. Rupinder Sachdev, an international relations expert and the president of the Image India Institute, an independent think tank, has authored the book. Rupinder is also the winner of the King Sejong the Great Hansh Hule Grand Prize 2024. Now, Trumpotopia has been released in the United States and will soon be launched in India as well. Thank you, Rupinder, for joining us today on NewsX. Welcome. Can you please tell us and our audience what Trumpotopia, your book, is all about, and what, according to you, does Trumpotopia stand for?
Thank you so much, Uday. A pleasure to be with you, and I think it's a fantastic program you have on the reading list. Okay, now, the title of the book, Trumpotopia, it's, if I may, right?
Yes.
You know, when I started writing the book more than a year ago, that's when Trump was not even officially the candidate around March. The question, I think, which was running in minds of several people was that, firstly, okay, what's the personality of Trump? And how will he act if he wins the election? So to my mind, the question was, what is the utopia that Trump wants to build or lead America towards? The Make America Great moment, you know, make America great again. So what is that ideal that Trump wants to move towards and lead the country towards? So the utopia. So Trumpotopia is Trump's utopia in that sense, right? Now, in terms of the content of the book, as I mentioned in the start, I would broadly say it's divided into three major sections. First is the persona and personality of Donald Trump. And herein, you know, I've gone into his childhood, his early schooling, his college, and then up to his years in New York, the 70s and 80s. That's when the golden age of Trump was. And even now, of course, he claims, and it is. But those are the years in which he grew and he expanded his father's business. Trump was born with a silver spoon.
Yes.
His father was a rich, wealthy, real estate developer in the New York of those years. So anyway, so 1/3 of the book is on Trump's persona and his personality, etc. 1/3 of the book is on the culture of America. And, you know, the culture of America is said to be a melting pot, that, you know, immigrants come, America has become a melting pot of cultures. I argue and I put forth that America is no longer a melting pot. A better metaphor is maybe America is a boxing ring. There are two groups and each contesting with each other, dealing knockout blows to each other, the MAGA on one side, and on the other, the liberal Democrats. The third portion of the book is, okay, fine, if Trump became the president, then to my mind was, okay, how to deal with him. And out of 770 pages you mentioned, one third, around 300 pages are how to negotiate with Trump.
Yes.
And there are some ways and methods we can get into.
Yes. Now, this book does talk, Rubinder, about Donald Trump, his policies, also his ideologies that shape the US and the rest of the world. Could you just elaborate a bit about this that you talk about in the book?
About his which perspective?
About his policies, that you're speaking about, and his ideologies as well, that he is bringing about through this vision that he has for the US and also the US's relations with the rest of the world, Rubinder.
Sure. You see, in terms of when I was writing, I didn't want to get into the politics, but yes, very much into the policies as to what could be the policies.
Yes.
And you see, there is a very valuable, document out there which gives you an idea what his policies could be. That was the Project 2025 document. Now, Project 2025 document was started back in the year 2022 by the Heritage Foundation as a research project. And they were preparing what policies should be followed by any Republican president if he wins if he comes to the White House in 2025. So the Project 2025, research work, they have hundreds of, scholars, researchers, economists, of course, all of the MAGA variety, all of the hardline, conservative end of the spectrum. And they came up with a document which is actually also, or more, is around 920 pages or so. So if one reads that document, I could get quite a clear sense of, what could happen. Okay, the point is, there are two pieces I looked at it. One is the official Trump manifesto. Trump campaign had put out a manifesto, though quite late, but they put out a manifesto as to what they would do. And there was controversy that Project 2025 is such a dark document. And Trump, in fact, distanced himself from it officially. He said publicly, I'm not involved in it. I do not know anything about it.
Yes.
Whereas the people who were writing it were his chief of staff or, senior White House aides in his previous administration. So what I define here, interesting question, yeah. So I say the Lego pieces, like the building blocks of Trump's policies. One piece is what he said on his manifesto.
Okay.
Officially. We know that he is going to act on those, whatever he has said.
Okay.
The other piece is these are Project 2025 recommendations. Now, we do not know how many of those he will adopt.
Yes.
But from what we are seeing now in the last 4 months, you will be seeing that he's definitely adopting quite a few of those recommendations.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, you also touch upon, Rubinder, the subject of the US, its culture, its contradictions, and its crossroads. How do you believe America has changed before Trump and after Trump?
Oh, America has radically changed. But you see, this change was building up. What I've done is also I've researched since the 1960s, the growth of the far right, the conservative, the evangelical Christian movement, and the conspiracy theories also on the right, QAnon and all such. So in a way, America was priming for this. The Tea Party movement, you would remember, your viewers will remember in the 2010s, 2008 actually it came up more with, the birth controversy of Obama and all. So it was building up to that. And Trump leveraged that, or I would rather say Trump helicoptered in. And in fact, in the book I've written one chapter, I said it's perhaps the best merger and acquisition deal in politics. Trump was nowhere in politics, right? But he helicoptered in. He acquired, in a business sense, you could say, the Tea Party movement. And with that, he built up his space within the party. So, where America's culture is now, and in the first term, he could not and he did not. Firstly, he was new to Washington, D.C. Secondly, many of the officials he, appointed were traditional, well-known, established Republicans, right? Because the establishment suggested him, take this guy. And several of them did not, just kind of, just jump on his orders. And several of them, in fact, resigned. So you remember the first term was very chaotic in that sense. So he could not move fast on the agenda and also the culture of America. But now this time when he has come, he has full liberty as to whom he hires, which he earlier also had.
Okay.
But this time he's picking only those folks who are completely trusting and loyal to him. So he's pushing the agenda much more aggressively. And, the Project 2025, that 900-page document, they had a checklist ready, drafted executive orders in that document that, okay, on immigration to ban travel from Muslim countries, what's to be done? The letters drafted out. So that is another reason we see that what Trump is doing ever since day one, he's doing things at such a speed. Every day, new executive orders.
Yes.
Although tariffs is what we are talking about more in the world, let's say, right? Because that's what concerns the world, tariffs and the wars. But within America, he's instituting changes. You can see very well, education department virtually, whittled away. DOGE, the government of efficiency, Department of Efficiency, orders by the dozens. I think he has issued by now, if we were to see, I think over maybe close to 200 executive orders, or if not 150 executive orders. So he's moving at a speed, and he's moving at a speed because he has the homework done.
Right. Right. Now, in this book, you also decode Trump's persona and worldview. Why do you believe, Robindra, Donald Trump and his actions are so integral to the global economy?
Oh, they're absolutely integral to the world economy, and not only the world economy, the world geopolitics also. I mean, in a big picture, what is happening is that, the number one empire of the world has decided that it will never give up its place to the number two, which is the challenger, which is China. And, in order to stay as the number one, it will use all its means. The big difference with Trump and all other American presidents earlier is that Trump is now heavily using the assets that he has, which America has, which is its military power and its money power. So he is raw in that sense. There are no embellishments of niceties and political correctness.
Yes.
So the point is that my way or the highway, if you do not, fine, go ahead. This is what I will do, and do what you can. It's virtually that approach that he's taken.
Okay. Now, you've said in a book also, Robindra, that Donald Trump has carefully cultivated his public persona, where media, branding, chaos are all deployed as tools of political engineering. Tell us a bit about this aspect of your book that you're touching on.
Oh, certainly, yes. I mean, one of the aspects also that I frame is optopolitics, right? That is the optics, which is layered over the politics of Trump. Even before now, and I again go back to the 1980s, that's a rich period to, learn and know more about Trump. He created his persona as a very successful entrepreneur.
Yes.
A man with a golden touch, like let's say the Midas touch. Big, beautiful projects. But yes, no doubt, the Trump Tower that he built was a massive skyscraper. It was the tallest skyscraper in New York at that time. So that was quite an achievement. But then what he did also was he used to woo or court, the media and the press, especially the print press in those times. TV was not so much on there. And New York Post, Rupert Murdoch's tabloid, was just coming out had started in New York in the late 1970s. So they were looking for gossipy stories, news stories, and all. So Trump would very carefully, cultivate them, invite them to his events, in any case, he would hold events and parties, rich, lavish. So he would convey all that persona as a very successful businessman. Though several of his businesses since then and even now, up till now, have gone into bankruptcy. Okay. And some of them have closed up also, or closed down also. But the net is that he's a successful businessman. If you see, he's made big money, reasonable, between $3 to $5 billion is his worth as of now. If you don't include Truth Social and World Liberty World Liberty Financial, which are the two crypto and tech businesses, which he's moved into new. So he's been successful. He has been a failure also. But on the net, he has been much more successful than a failure.
Okay.
And he's projected that image that I am golden.
Yes. Now, in the book also, you delve into the history, the biography, the legacy of Donald Trump. How do you believe, Robinder, the events in his life have shaped up the man that the world is seeing today as the US president?
Certainly. I mean, in some ways, it's said that we are the product of nature and nurture. So I've gone into that. And the nature that we have is determined to some, not some, it is our genetics, right? So Trump's father was also a very competitive man.
Right.
He was very competitive. His mother was a very charming, graceful socialite, and she would host parties and all. So those are two aspects, competition and charming. Trump can be immensely charming when he wants, right? So those two aspects come from this thing. Then his schooling, fine, but then, he attended the military academy, New York Military Academy. In fact, he's the only American president who has attended a military academy in the school years. Many presidents have attended, in their college years and gone on to be president, or some of them, but none in the school years. And in the school years, it is said that that is one area where his fascination for, military and uniforms and order comes from. So that's there. Another thing is trust. His father, the business which he ran, E. Trump and Sons of Construction, Trump joined his father's business right after graduating from Wharton, right?
True.
So his father believed in keeping the family in the business. That is what Trump also does. In his business, the Trump organization, the control, and it is run by Don Jr., Eric Trump, Ivanka, her husband Jared. So his children, he completely involves in his work, in his business. And that is the same thing we now see in his politics, even in 16 elections and even now. So he involves his family in his business without any, without any second thoughts.
Yes.
So these are some aspects of his personality and his operating style.
Absolutely. And I believe you also in your book speak about how world leaders should tackle Trumpotopia. This is something that baffles a lot of world leaders and nations and foreign ministers and foreign policy think tanks as well. Just shed a bit more light into this aspect of your book.
Sure. Yeah. Fair enough. As I said, 1/3 of the book is oriented at that, and I wanted to make it a practical book also, right? For diplomats, world leaders, be it prime ministers, presidents, ministers. But this book is also, by the way, a textbook, and also for corporate CEOs. So in ways of, dealing with him or negotiating with him or how to approach, there are several things. I'll quickly highlight a few top ones. One is that, he wrote the book Master of the Deal, wherein he said that I do this, I set artificial deadlines, bluff, etc. I've extracted some of his key quotes from there and I've given a counter to that. If he does this, then how can you counter someone who's bluffing?
Yes.
That's one big area. Another is that, once again, going back to the New York of 1980s, the negotiating, deal-making style, the rough tumble up and down, the hustle, deal-making of New York, I have kind of, extracted several of those and shared that these are the usual practices, not only Trump, anyone who was in that, let's say, in that elite circle in New York, even now, they operate as they bluff, they set artificial deadlines, create pressures, set a meeting in a location which is very opulent so that the other person who's coming feels a bit odd, all of that. So one is understand the way New Yorkers negotiate and learn to counter that. One is see what he has said in the art of the deal and counter that. And then another, several one, network with his family, and that we've seen it, right? Network and how to network, actually, not only network, how to network. Where are the areas in which, Don Jr. Is more involved? Where are the areas in which Eric is more involved? Who are his top advisors, etc.?
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay. And how do you believe Trump has shaped American domestic politics? Do you believe he has, firstly? And if he has, how has he shaped it?
Oh, he has totally shaped it. He has totally shaped it. He's totally rearranging. See, for Trump and his MAGA ilk, this is a revolution. They believe that if Trump had not won this election, then the right in America would have faced very, very dark future. For them, it was almost like a do or die situation. In fact, one of the authors of this project 2025, he said the revolution will be bloodless if the Democrats allow.
Okay. Okay. My final question to you, we've pretty much run out of time, Rabinder, was what actually made you write this book? What was the idea behind it? What compelled you to pen this down?
Thank you, Uday. I mean, what compelled me or what got me going was early last year, even before he was officially the candidate.
Yes.
Because even then, there were people who were always, surprised or curious about that. Who is this guy? What's his personality? What's the kind of language he uses? Why? And all of that. And what will he do? So it's right from that. So I found him an interesting personality to research. And I've been with you, thank you, quite often and NewsX maybe on several such stories.
Yes.
So it struck me, why not write a book about Trump? And, with these tips and all, if he becomes the president. Now, by the time I came around July or so, then came Kamala Harris, that whole Biden fiasco. Then actually I thought, why write only Trump? If I write about Trump, it may seem like that I am a fanboy of Trump. I started a book simultaneously on Kamala Harris also, which I called Kamalatopia.
Okay.
And on 5th November, the election night in the United States, both my books, you can say first edition of Trumpotopia and Kamalatopia were ready. Trump won. I went back to the Trumpotopia book. I edited it better because, it was written in a rush. I edited it and then got it out as the edition right now it is.
Okay, great. Well, great story and wishing you all the very best for this book's response. Thank you so much for joining us today on NewsX, Rabinder.
Thank you so much, Uday, for having me. Always a pleasure with you, sir. Thank you.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report. Its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report. Its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation.
आज नक्सलवाद भी भारत में अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले एक बात इस सदन में जिम्मेदारी के साथ बताना चाहता हूं, 21 मार्च 2026 को इस देश से नक्सलवाद समाप्त।
ये बहुत ही घने जंगल है यहाँ पे। तो तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? One common conclusion that we can draw inside the jungles at this time of the hour at night.
The first glimpse of the Air India crash report. Its full 15 pages have just been released. Let me take an opportunity to go through what the details are. Literally 2 or 3 seconds after the takeoff, after the clearing of the runway, the flight control switches turned off within 1 second of each other. Both engines had their fuel supply switched off.
We need to pay attention to every possibility, including a possibility of those switches failing on their own.
It is not categorically proven. It is merely a suggestion that they have been moved by one of the members of the crew on the flight.
This is obviously Firangi media trying to cast aspersions and coming up with validation. Welcome back. Well, hours after a teenager from Odisha died of severe burn injuries at AIIMS Delhi, new developments have added a twist to the Puri Balanga minor burn case. Initially, 3 men were believed to have set the victim on fire, but the police has now claimed that no other person was involved. And the victim's father has released a video claiming she ended her life due to mental distress. The girl was admitted to AIIMS Bhubaneswar with 75% burn injuries on the 19th of July and airlifted to AIIMS Delhi later that day. Despite all efforts by the government and medical specialists, her life could not be saved, as confirmed by Chief Minister Mohan Maji. Minutes later, the Odisha police stated that their investigation into the burn case had reached its final stage. And according to the investigation conducted thus far, no other person was involved without clarifying how the girl was set on fire. But eyewitnesses claim 3 men were involved in the crime, adding that locals rushed the girl to the hospital. What led to the victim's death? Was it self-inflicted under duress or was it foul play? That's exactly what we are going to try and figure out and perhaps even discuss with our guests. Shamshavish Rain, lawyer, Supreme Court, with us on the program. Vrinda Adige, activist, is also joining us on the program. Dr. P.S.V. Rao, consultant surgeon, with us on the show as well. Vrinda ji, I'll begin with you. I hope you can hear me. Vrinda ji?
Yes, I can.
All right. What is your first impression of what's happened over here? You know, very often, more than not, we speak about such violations and people being put through profound amounts of pain, and this is just another case where at least the background is very, very murky at this point in time.
You're absolutely right, the word murky. And this is a classic case of gender-based violence. The three witnesses who claimed that there were three men involved, and this girl was walking on the street and doused with whatever petrol or diesel or whatever it is and set on fire. So we are looking at a public space, a street where there are some people who are there. Now, often we know that witnesses don't come forward in most of the cases in India because of the tedious, cumbersome processes that witnesses have to go through as a result of, trying to add evidence to that case, which means it is the job of the police to go and assure that not only the forensic evidence that must come into place, but also who those witnesses are, along with the prosecution and the judiciary to say that you have to come only one day, finish your witness and go. What the father is saying, probably, maybe because somebody has intimidated and threatened the person, because mental illness, mental ailment, depression, all of these things now have become just passe to name it for women and say she was going through something. So she went all the way there onto that particular spot on the street and did something like this is unbelievable. I can't wrap my head around something like that. She could have done this somewhere else, but she did it there. And we need to give credibility to the eyewitness who are speaking. We must tell the police, don't give us excuses that they are not going to come to the police station. But they were eyewitnesses. And that is how the police got their first story also. So putting all this in place, the word murkier is what we need to reiterate. And now we must ask the state, you have to assure these witnesses to come forward.
What is your impression of this, ambivalent matter, if I can call it that, ambiguous matter, if I can call it that? Shamshavish?
Yes.
What is your first impression of this ambiguous matter?
I would agree to what Ms. Brinda has said, that it's not a 15-year-old girl set herself on fire, and after a few days when the father comes up and says that no one was involved in the matter and she was mentally ill and all, that is something that brings some suspicious in the mind, that it's not easy for a father to come after many days and then tell it to the court. Had it was the fact that she was mentally ill, it would have been the first statement that yes, she was mentally ill, and in fact the neighbors and the relatives of the family also would have made the similar statement. But here it's the father. But let the investigation come up more. And since we have read it in the news that she made her dying declaration also in the hospital in Bhubaneswar as well as here in Delhi. So let that statement come out. Let us see that what she has exactly said. And since a dying declaration also requires signature of the doctor and 2 more witnesses over there, so only then we would be able to know that what exactly is the status. But yes, looking into the fact that she was an educated girl and a 15-year-old girl, what was the reason? Why did she killed herself? She poured diesel or whatever on herself, and whether it was it was diesel. So how did she get that diesel? Everything comes into the picture, because it's not easy for a 15-year-old kid to get, and especially a girl. Had it been a boy, he could make an excuse that I have to refill my scooty, or my father's has said, and petrol pump actually give them fuel, stating that he's a boy, he can do all of these things. Since the parents of the kids also, especially boys, they ask the boys to get the fuel. But for a girl, no. So all of that would come under the investigation. And what was her mental state, whether she was harassed in a school or not. I mean, everything has to come up, and what was the exact story, because we have just read bits here and there on the news channel or on the Twitter, but unless and until the complete facts of the case are out, it would be very vague for all of us to speak on it and submit so much on it.
All right, Dr. Rao, in fact, the initial reports that have come out and have been flagged all over the internet is that the girl, her hands were tied. She came running when, a set of neighbors, they saw her, and she confessed to these neighbors that two men, or rather three men, forcibly poured kerosene on her and set her on fire. How can something like this be completely ignored by the police when they say that no other person was involved? It's completely contradictory to the preliminary findings, and it's obviously very, very clear that there are some powers that be that do not want these three gentlemen or these three people, caught up in this crime.
Good evening to everyone. See, forensic science is about figuring out what happened. Now, the forensic science here can help. Now, if she was put on fire and the hands were tied, there will not be burns, there will be marks of the tie. One. Second, if she has, like the police is trying to just palm it off as a suicide, that is the easiest way of palming off anything without doing a thorough investigation. They should be trying to find out from the video of the nearby petrol bunks as to where this fuel was got, who got it. Did the culprits get it? If you really want to investigate, it is possible to investigate and find out. Third, what is the dying declaration, like Shamsharvish said? This dying declaration is far more important than what the father said or someone else said. It is, and I have been in charge of emergency services in AIMS. I have a very good idea of what all we used to do for these kind of cases. And the dying declaration is a very important document. And if the doctors have also been part of the fudge, then the doctors also need to be pulled up, because you never know who all have been pressurized, who all have been involved in trying to do trying to pass it off as a suicide. So I would, if I was the investigating officer, I would go and try to find out where the fuel was got, whichever it was, petrol, diesel, whatever it was, and use the video camera there to find out who bought it. I would also look at if there are video cameras available, because nowadays you have got video cameras all over India in various places. So there will be a video recording of who tied her and who poured this thing. It was not in the jungle, it was in a street. So all those things should be investigated. So these are all various clues which will lead to it. And if like Brinda said, you can try and find out who those three witnesses were who gave a story earlier. Go and assure them, and then find out if they can identify the people who the culprits involved. Now the culprits must be quite influential to be able to either corrupt the police or to politically pressurize the police into hiding these matters. And if the police are now trying to say, and the father is trying to say that she had a mental illness, where is the records? You think the school won't have health records? You think the hospital won't have health records? And it is very easy to pass off someone as depressed and suicidal. It is not as simple as that. This needs proper investigation. This is a botch up. This looks like something to attempt to cover up who has actually done this. And we are having too many of these cases around India. Someone being burned, someone being raped, someone being killed. This RG thing, we have still not heard the last of that RG medical affair. Yes.
All right. Mr. Amresh Panda, former Superintendent of Police, is also with us on the broadcast. Amresh Panda, I hope you can hear me. Mr. Panda, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, yes.
So, what do you think is going on over here? In fact, the father, who later on went to say that his daughter was mentally stressed and distressed, also had said earlier that this was a crime and his daughter was put into this position by some criminals and three men. The political turmoil, of course, in Odisha has also heated up, with some people saying that since this is the Deputy Chief Minister's constituency, there seems to be some sort of a cover-up that's at display. What do you make of this?
You see, this is the case which occurred in 19 July, and on that morning, what the girl described after rescue, that 3 persons put her fire after putting kerosene on her body, and she came running to a nearby person who rescued her with his wife. So now thing is that whatever she says from the beginning, the police has to believe, and in this case particularly, as it seems, it is purely a blind case. And from the beginning, there was no eyewitness, and the person rescued also not seen any person, any perpetrator of the crime. And the girl, the victim, whatever she says, police has to believe. And as for that, the investigation proceeds. Now you see, so many statements by police personnel taken from the girl, from the victim, and every statement is not resembling. That is very